All right, hold on. That should be fine. But then let's just try this. Game. All right. Speak really quick, Kels.
Yo, 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 speaking,
Cool,
talking.
Cool. So let's see. Fit to screen. We're gonna go ahead and
Hell yeah, card shop sim stream.
hell
Let's
yeah.
go.
Oh wait, hold on. I can't do that shit. Okay. Whatever. They can see us, or not see us. They can hear. All right. Let's see. Send that on Twitter.com.
Twitter, definitely not X.
All right. All right. We're waiting on David now. All right.
Waiting on David.
I'm not gonna go through the effort of setting all this up, so people are just gonna have to hear me. My workers are so
Jumped
messy.
on the table.
Yeah, they're so messy. Leave everything there.
Yeah, just shove it in the corner.
Yeah, I was running
Why do I work
efficiently
on
with
it?
just one, or just two employees, one restocking and one doing the counter. But the achievements have one. They want you to hire like everyone. That's annoying.
Yeah, they kind of push you to it.
Yeah, 'cause I'm like, I don't need some of these assholes. I do it on my own.
Yeah, can I fire these fools?
I can right now. And the only tedious thing now is I just have to keep rechecking the value of some of these cards. Sometimes the cards get picked up. I'm like, you fucker, I wasn't done changing that price yet. You got to steal. That's $30 under value.
Every time.
No. I have all these fucking things up here. Look, and they just leave messes. Alright, whatever. We're gonna just open packs then. Leave that there. I'm gonna go take these. One. Alright, we'll put it right here. Nothing. Great.
Just like me for real when I open packs.
I pulled 2 foil ghost rares, so they're sitting in my you can't have this case. $11,000 for that bad boy right there.
Personal collection. Hell yeah.
And so I added the mod where you can just add up to 64 packs in your hand. You're only supposed to have 8. But that way,
okay.
So I do this. Let's see. I just get as many packs as I can get.
Just crack them all.
Yeah, and then if you open it and then you alt tab out. Boom. All right, doing it on its own now. It's great. So I'll just sit here. I'll crack some packs open and I'll do some homework or something and good times.
Hell yeah.
There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm sitting on so much cash. I don't know what to do with it.
We need to relocate. We need a bigger building.
I need more. I'm trying to I'm pretty much I've maxed out this shop size. Now as of next level I can open the last pack I can open for now, like the last new pack, and then I can start upgrading the shop next door a little bit. I didn't turn the lights on. Alright, well. It's gonna be a little dark for them. That's okay. was watching Moist Critical do this, and he was opening actual real packs in between this.
That's fucking funny.
Like that's the most extreme amount of dopamine you can have.
Man, full on degenerate.
Right?
Speaking of Pokemon, have you gotten any targeted ads yet for the mobile app, the new game?
No, which one?
The new Pokemon like mobile TCG app, TCG Pocket.
No,
whatever it's
which
called.
you would think they'd try to target me after how much I spent on fucking Marvel Snap. Not that I spent that much actually, but how much I
Yeah,
play
it
it, I
was-
guess.
It was weird. Today I finally got like an ad for it on YouTube, and the way they market it is like really strange. So they market it as like a collection thing first, and then it was like, oh yeah, and by the way, you can battle with other people or your friends. It's like,
Why would I'll just get a real collection?
right.
Interesting. But now because of this game, I keep seeing the packs I sell in shop now, and I'm like, do I want to buy it now? Just see.
Yeah. Pokemon looks really cool. There's a, I keep seeing that. I guess there's a like pre-con deck that's coming out next month. That's actually like super competitive and has like really good cards in it. So I was kind of thinking about copping.
Hmm.
I guess it's like a Pidgeotto deck that's like a meta deck. And everyone was like, wait, what the fuck? Why is this pre-con deck good? It's always so funny though, going to the card shop for my shit, and then like looking over and I see the Pokemon players, and there's like 8-year-olds and then like 35-year-olds.
Universal.
Yeah.
I remember that happening a lot with Yu-Gi-Oh too.
I feel like nowadays, like Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, and stuff, it's a lot more aged up. It's people that have kind of grew up with it. But
Yeah.
Pokemon, I feel like Pokemon just constantly has like, new people introduced to it.
You know, I feel like Pokemon Go was a big one though. I think
Oh, for sure.
look, everyone's just in the fucking dark, just shopping. Right.
This is fine.
Yep.
No one. Your
None of my
employees
fucking
can't
5
fly.
employees, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, the metas or this point I might get the end game pretty much where yeah, I still need 31 more levels to get the last thing, but levels are so large and there's just not that much content. All I do is just get everyone going and I just open packs. Oh, Invisible Season 3 is dropping February 6th.
yep, they
Oh,
they
yeah.
dropped the trailer, and there's no break in between it. It's just gonna be the whole season.
Thank the Lord. Well, not that I was affected, but that's just annoying in general.
Right, and they called it out too, and like because when they did the date reveal, it was like in parentheses, no mid-season break.
Good.
Like, all right, these motherfuckers, good, but
Yeah, those are just so annoying. check on my reviews. We're fine. Pay rent. Hell yeah. I don't understand this 21 dissatisfied customers though. I think I don't know, but I think someone mentioned that it might be because they get sprayed just they're in the splash zone. So they get pissed that they get sprayed. That's what someone said. Alright. Everything looks great, guys. Just enjoy your rest, I guess. Actually, we can order some Jigglypuffs. Those things down there. What else? Did anyone get those from outside? Or are they putting up now? It was gone already? Jesus. I need yellow, orange, light blue. And might as well get that one too. He's fixing those. Just pick up some of those while I'm at it. Oh, I should. Dang it.
It doesn't matter.
What the fuck?
If you love him.
What's up?
Markiplier has a TV show coming out this
What
Friday.
happened to Iron?
Iron Lung. I think it's still coming out.
I just saw the Pokemon leak where they put a Lady Gaga song in X and Y. You see that one?
Mm-mm. Did not.
This one, what the fuck? This is like actually in the fucking game. Or in the build.
I think they even had a gym leader that was modeled after her as well.
Just some of the descriptions they've been given are wild, dude. This is must be the fucking most Herculean bed frame of all time, dude. A hell of a bed frame. Alright. Am I at level 50 yet? Almost. Sting check. Everyone good? I did it. Alright, we're done. Back.
He did it!
We did it.
Fuck yeah!
Alright. I can buy a bunch of stuff now. Let's see. Pay bills. Do that first. Alright. Last booster pack. Let's go. Open 2 of these bad boys. What else can I get? Any new accessories? Not yet. What figures? Yeah, I can buy a Vampicant figuring. Hell yeah. All right. That's put 4 there. And then yeah, I got a whole little nook there. All right, let's see, where do these go? All right. Damn. All right, these are expensive packs. All right. Have at it, y'all. I want to open up some of these bad boys.
You don't have to give too many details, but how much Silent Hill have you played?
I'm like about 2.5 or 3 hours in.
Okay, we're probably relatively close then.
Yeah, and I'll explain that. If you had told me though, like, not that it's actually a major factor, but if you had told me 2 months ago that I would spend all my time in TCG Card Shop Simulator over Silent Hill 2, I would have probably said that tracks, but I hope not.
Well, on the plus side, it sounds like you're reaching like the upper limits of TCG card shops. And
Yeah, I'm having that epiphany actually real time right now where I'm like, I think I'm wrapped for now. We'll see whenever they
that
add
next
more
update
content.
hits. Yeah.
But I think I'm not about to grind 30 more levels just to have a Gengar plushie.
Oh, come on.
Took 180 days to get level 50. I'm good. They only get longer and longer from here on.
Right. XP go up.
But yeah, I'm gonna save here in a second and look at my time in this game. It's definitely something I was not expecting, but as soon as I saw Moist Critical play it, I was like, all right, that sounds like the most hit the spot kind of thing I need right now.
Right.
Didn't even hesitate, bought that shit right away. My girlfriend hears me in the middle of the night. Holy shit, that's huge.
What'd you pull, babe?
I got a ghost foil rare. It's $11,000. We're fucking set.
We're set for life. Ooh.
How big are you into Spirit Halloween?
Like the store?
Yeah.
Like I've been there.
'Cause there are some people it's like a religious experience for them every year.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. For me, it's like, oh, this is cool. Pretty frequently at my job, we go on market research trips, and there's a pretty big like outdoor mall close to us that we go to, and they have a Spirit of Halloween. I always make sure to go hit it up.
Nice. I always want to see whatever the costumes are this year.
Right, exactly. See what the trends are.
Yeah. I have a friend that works there, so she gets 30% off before Halloween, then 50 afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So I just go and raid all that shit I could with them. I'm like, all right, let's just stock up on everything I want. Oh, is he finally done? Let's see.
Honestly, that's pretty sick though, because I mean, you can probably get a lot of good stuff for like cosplay and stuff at Spirit of Halloween.
Yeah. And I'll buy a bunch of stuff, and they have like a lot of like the onesies that are like just characters. I'm like, yeah, that's like a solid pajamas.
Right.
But yeah. All right, David's hopping on now. He says.
There's a bunch of like low-key bangers that Twitch Prime is giving away for free this month.
Let's take a look. Let's see if it's not paying my bills. All right, let's see. Is this guy gonna fucking sneak in? It does. It has a cooldown. All right, that's why people are fucking smelling up the place.
Ew.
Hopefully their friends aren't bringing them in together. One at a time. All right, save. Let's see. Okay, so for now, whatever, that works for now. Well, David hops on, I fix it. Let's see, Twitch, Amazon Prime. What are they called? Amazon Prime what?
If you just go to twitch.com and then up at the top right, there's like the little crown symbol. Click that, and that's like your that's like the Twitch rewards, and like you can redeem them all there. But yeah, it's Doom Eternal, Bioshock Remastered,
Interesting.
Tomb Raider Legend, Kerbal Space Program, Borderlands pre-sequel, Moonlighter, Curse to Golf, Greedfall Gold Edition. Yeah, a bunch of like solid games here.
If I
just
never
for
want
free.
Game Pass, I'm set.
Yeah,
Hell yeah, Game Pass.
passing games.
David finally back from the bed.
Holy fuck, my back is out.
Hey,
Where'd it
good
go?
thing you have a bed.
Fucking went into hauling a king size goddamn mattress up a flight of stairs.
Hey,
that
what
the flight
are
of stairs were not meant for.
what? So wait, what's the plan again for Boston? I was gonna ask, I forgot. So it's
That's what I was gonna ask you.
Will.
so is it we stay in town Friday, and then we go back to your Saturday and dip out Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a room for Friday to hang out in Boston. Maybe we could do something in the morning, like breakfast, something there, and then dip to your place, hang for the day, and then we're out Sunday.
Yeah, because we're arriving Thursday, just so that way
Oh.
we have the extra time. And we're gonna see Blue Man Group on Thursday.
Of course. Nice.
It was literally like last second. The wife was like, "Hey, we're gonna be there Thursday, right?" I'm like, "Yeah," and she's like, "Have you ever wanted to see Blue Man Group?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Cool. I just ordered us tickets then for that. That happens to be going on Thursday." I was like, "Okay."
Weird. I didn't know they
Dapper
played
up.
outside of Vegas.
Yeah.
Apparently they do.
Interesting. All right, cool. Because yeah, we were
Holy shit! It's weird having so much light.
the play is, we're gonna stand by out to there. So I'm gonna take Friday off. In fact, maybe I could do Thursday. I don't know. No, never mind. Is it the same place you got booked up Friday or Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. So I'm taking that Friday off.
Yep.
And that's just to give us enough time just in case standby fucks up. You know what I mean? If we just don't get a spot.
Yeah.
So that's why we're doing that. But I don't know. I should see how early we go through this. But anyway, yeah. So do that, and then we go do our thing, and then she's sending me back on a flight via points, like a 100% purchased flight, and she's gonna go back on standby just because I have to be back in time for work. And she
So wait, are you both not coming up or?
no, so we're both going standby out.
Okay.
We land in there. We might be like together. We might be separate. I don't know. But we end up, and eventually we meet up together. We all do our thing, and then hang out at your place. When we come back, because standby, it could be like a whole. It's usually not, but it could be a whole day, right? You just don't know if you're gonna actually have a flight. So she's booking me on an actual flight out for
Gotcha,
sure
okay.
Sunday, just because I need to get home. And she's gonna take a standby. So she's
Okay.
gonna be kind of
And
like.
I do have the following Monday off as well, just in case. Because I didn't know how things were going to go with your flight, so I figured if case there was a bit of wiggle room there.
So, because how far is the airport from your place?
Like 40 minutes.
So worst case, it might be like I dip out and maybe she hangs there. I don't know.
All right.
But I would love to stay the extra day. I'm taking off next week. I'm off Monday and Friday. So if I take off
Gotcha.
Monday, Friday, Monday again, someone's gonna talk to me. Yeah,
I
unfortunately.
understand.
But yeah, we're figuring out stuff now because they're coming in. This month is like quick.
Yeah.
All right, let me do something real quick, and then we're gonna start recording. Or we've been streaming.
Also, how is the audio on my side right now?
It's good.
Yes,
All
sounds
right.
good.
It's weird.
Because I haven't had a chance to fiddle with things. I'll get into the finer details when the podcast starts. But I'm on my new setup, and I haven't had a chance to really do anything with it yet.
Hell yeah. Damn, Kerbal Space Program's on here too. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. There's a bunch of like really solid games on there for free.
Them some bangers.
Yeah.
What's for free? Where are we looking?
Twitch
I'm-
Prime free stuff this month.
Oh, Twitch Prime. Okay.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
bunch of really solid games for GOG and Doom
Ooh,
Eternal's the
Kiwi.
big one, but for Microsoft.
I was like, how much they just don't like Steam. Like, we'll redeem on anything else except for Steam.
Right.
I'm okay with anything going to GOG. Let's go.
So
Yeah,
GOG is gonna
mainly
have
where I get all my GOG
Bioshock.
content.
Hell yeah. Although I think I have that on Bioshock already.
All right,
There's a
Or
bunch of other
Bioshock
stuff
on
there for
there.
GOG as well.
all right.
I
Let's
got
see.
a Greedball as the complete edition for GOG.
Hell yeah.
That's one I want to check out because I heard it was decent, and I'm into those Eurojank type of RPG games, and the second one looks really good. 'Cause I think
Yeah, I
that
mean,
was
I've heard it basically compared to as kind of discount Fable, and you know what? Fuck it, I'm down for discount Fable. Even Fable's discount Fable.
yeah, Fable's just discount like what is it?
Elder Scrolls.
Well, I'm thinking of like those fucking weird European RPGs
Like Gothic.
Yeah, Gothic. That's the one I was looking for. Gothic, Ultima type shit. Well, I guess it's the same dude that did Ultima, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Good old Richard Garriott.
All right, we all about ready?
Really,
Let's do
it's
this.
for Windows? Yeah, we're gonna do this. Let's do this.
Welcome to the Blue Rubies podcast, episode number 272. I'm Adrian. That's David. That's Kels. We're back after impromptu week break. Did we need that? That was probably the most non-essential one, but you know what? I feel like we finally cracked the code of like we could skip a week and still come back to this. That's why That's why I was worried about not doing it for the first 5 years. I was like, if I don't record this week, I'm just gonna quit.
Yeah.
Hey, now we got shit built up too.
Hell yeah. Anyway, we talk about video games on youtube.com/@BlueRupees every Tuesday, sometime in the evening. Just happens in the evening.
Yeah, I'm the cause of us being really fucking late, and I apologize, and we'll get into that.
David broke his back out in bed. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Literally.
Dreadout is on the fucking
Yeah.
goddamn stupid internal.
God,
shit.
you're how's that PC not fuck with you the way it's just flashing?
Oh, well, that's my server now, so that just big chills in the background. That's my old gaming rig. It's now my server.
Do you actively like that it flashes like that?
No, but yes, it adds a vibe. But the problem is I lost the remote to manage it, and RGB on Linux is not great, so it's just kind of stuck like that now.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a time in Everman's like life where they're just like, you know what, RGB fans, that ain't it anymore. I'm fine with just regular old black ones.
Yeah, I'm kind of at that point now when I'm trying to look for any way I can optimize my electric bill. And I'm like, maybe I don't need flashy lights going 24/7 in a room
Yeah.
I'm not always in.
Yeah, I literally just replaced out like my Jesus Christ, RGB,
My gay ass
RAM.
The goddamn gay agenda getting into my gaming rig.
To be fair, it was all fruity colors, so.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna grab some real quick. David, talk about your 2 weeks.
Hell yeah. So it's been patch week, so been dealing with patches. Did a little bit of gaming, which we'll get into when we talk, because I keep forgetting we technically have that as a separate thing right now. But yeah, I fucking have been throwing out my back a lot because I'm a geriatric now, and that's just what you do when you try to do physical activity anymore. But no, we have been reorganizing the house. One, because the partner is stir crazy and she wants things done differently. And two, I just wanted to redo this room anyways. So we redid the living room, which then caused us to partially redo the dining room. I redid this room and optimized the space a little bit more. Now I actually have like better lighting, although we don't have as interesting of a backdrop. We just have the TV and some of the manga collections that I keep back there. I got to figure out a way to make that a bit more entertaining. But at least now things
3 times, and I think we're still even for how many background changes we've had.
Yeah.
You flopped around your room like 14 times, I feel like, during the course of just the last 5 years or 6 years we've been doing this.
I legitimately have probably done it like 5 times, and it's partially as I keep filling it with more shit. I have to keep trying to find ways to min-max the space. But also this last time, it was because I've been getting so many orphans from work that I had to finally cave and be like, what do I do with these? So I threw them all over the floor in my office and said, I will force myself to deal with this when I can't get to anything. And that is what happened, is I couldn't get to anything. So the room is mostly cleared of shit. I just have like wires hanging about that I need to get bagged up and put places. But I've re-optimized the space in here. My gaming rig, as mentioned, is now my home server, but it's set up in a fucky way. I need to get a new case for it at some point. But I don't have a case shelf in there for actual hard drives. It's meant for people that are weirdos that only have SSDs or M.2 drives, and not people that have 40 terabytes of spinny boys like I do. So what I did is I took apart my old server and I have them squished together, and basically the wires going from one case to the other, and the other one is basically just acting as a DAS, just in the most ghetto way possible.
Nice.
So now I have what I'm on currently is a partial work gift, which is I have a nice, beautiful, nearly maxed out Framework 16 laptop.
Nice.
That was my goody thing that I got for basically saving us a metric fuck ton of money, is what it boils down to. So the deal is basically this is my work laptop for about a year. Then after a year, I get to retire it, and it's just my laptop.
It's a sick gig.
So yeah, and the sad thing is aside from the processor, it was more beefy than my actual gaming rig that I built a few years ago.
Nice.
The processor in this is still a 12 core, or no, it's an 8 core, 16 thread. Mine is a 14 core, 28 thread. So it's the only thing that is more powerful in that than this, which is sad. But yeah, so because of that, I have a whole new setup. And then the last thing that has caused me to be an old man and throw my back out lately is, again, my weird luck. One of my best friends was like, hey, do you guys want a new bed? And we're like, I mean, we're kind of thinking about it, but like, why? Why? That's a weird thing to ask. And he's like, so my mom and dad bought a brand new king size bed, and they don't like it, and they were just gonna throw it out.
God, I can't wait to get to that age.
So it's like the plastic is on it and everything. It's still brand new. Do you guys want it? And we're like, fucking brand new king. Yeah, we'll fucking take that.
Is it like one of the fancy mattresses, or just like a straight up just?
Oh, it's a fancy. It's got like the not quite memory foam, but it's got that like extra never have to flip softness layer
Is
on
it
the
one
top.
of those like ones you see online all the time?
No, it's not like a purple or anything
Casper.
like that.
So we have a purple
exchange your
store
life.
here, and we tried those beds because I'm like, I see them all the time online, right? And they always hit you with those ads. They're like, hey, do this, or they're like, it's like finance this, and it's like zero or whatever. I'm like, I've always been tempted, but because we need a new bed. When we move together, that's like one of our top priorities. Like, let's get a brand new bed because both of us just been lacking on that. And we got those purple mattresses. Holy shit, dude!
I advocate. That's what I have. I have
Yeah, purple? I'm
I have
excited.
So they're unironically actually really good.
Yeah.
they really are. We've had ours for a little over a year now. We have like the big boy too, the purple 3-incher.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And yeah, no, it's really nice. Whenever you go there, ask if they have any like open ones or anything like that, because usually they'll have like the defect ones. That's what we got. It had a scuff mark on it because the
Oh,
plastic
okay.
busted open, and so it knocked off like $600.
Holy shit! Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Ask for defect.
So
So and then does yours one of the ones that rumbles?
No,
no.
I don't have a rumble.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck? There's rumbling.
Yeah. So that was one of them that we got in there where they did that and they have a button and it just like.
Yeah, no, don't have that one.
Dude, I was like,
You're
holy
new.
shit! This is what I would wake up to fuck every morning. I'm like, all right, let's do this. But yeah, the purple beds are actually like the real deal. So good shit to hear that you like those. I really want one.
Yeah, no, they feel great. They upsold us on the frame that will like lift up and
Yeah.
stuff, and that's pretty sick.
Mm.
I enjoy
Yeah.
that.
I'm at see, and we're gonna get upsold on that for sure. But that's like something I imagine I'd be like, I'd probably be a lot more inclined to play Switch in bed. Like it like inclines you to a point where you can't like fall asleep, but it feels really good.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, because you can like lift your legs up, lift your head up a little bit.
I'm so
You get
Oh,
that
sounds
perfect, like,
amazing.
that like
Yeah.
almost fetal position where you're just kind of like there, locked in. It's perfect.
But David, your bed.
Yeah, so that's what took me so long is the fact that one, it took us like almost an hour and a half to build the frame for it. Uh, to which we said we're just gonna replace the frame altogether whenever we move out of this house. Fuck moving that frame. We're just gonna do that. And also getting it up the stairs. Adrian, you've been in my house once, but it's been a
Even
while.
even like me being the height that I am, like it's like you can whack your fucking head on the
Just
stairs if I
king
remember
size
correctly.
bed and stairs are just like it's just making me fucking groan already.
Yeah, it's king size bed on stairs. I have to limbo down because I hit my head otherwise.
I
And so that took us a solid while to get that up the stairs.
Dude, living in an apartment complex not on the first floor, moving
Yeah.
is dreadful. Absolutely dreadful.
I would offer to help you move, but I ain't fucking taking time off to go down there to help you move.
I mean, no, we got a good setup where it's gonna once her cousin dips out, it's like every time I come over, I just bring a box.
Hell yeah.
So little by little, things will start disappearing. Nice. Kels,
Yep.
what'd you do this last couple weeks?
Whew, where do I start? Okay, so not this weekend, but last weekend, I went down to Dallas for my first like big competitive card event.
How'd you do?
It was really cool. I honestly I did pretty good. So it's a 128 person cap. 107 is what showed up. I think was the official count, and I placed 30th.
Nice.
Uh, so I ended up going 4-3 on the day because it was 7 rounds and 7 round Swiss and then top cut. So I feel like I kind of got screwed over a little bit by a judge, but it's all cool. It was all fun. I went over 500, so I was cool with it. Went home with pricing. Didn't get any of like the placement pricing, which sucks, but which is why I was kind of butthurt because I kind of got screwed out of it. Because
Yeah.
so top 16 gets you get special cards foiled. They have stamps on them saying your placements, and pretty much if I would have won the last match that I got screwed out of, I would have placed it and got in.
How'd you get screwed
So-
out of it?
So it was really weird. So it's the last round of the day. So it's best of 3, 55 minutes. So me and the dude are playing. We're kind of chit chatting, playing, having fun. About 10 minutes in, a judge, like the whole time I noticed there's someone like over my shoulder. So I think it's just like someone got done early. Someone got eliminated, just coming to watch. And so it turns out it's a judge. It's my turn. I'm looking at cards, looking at my resources because you can play stuff from out of your resources, certain cards. And he starts pushing me. He's like, "You have to make a play now." And so I'm like, "Okay." So I play a card, and the card I play is a card where my opponent has to pick a card up into their hand. So instead of doing that, they pick the card up and discard it. Immediately after he does that, the judge calls him out. It's like, that's an incorrect board state. I have to penalize you both. I'm like, wait,
What
what?
the fuck?
I'm like, wait, what? Me? He's like, yeah. So you're responsible for the full board state. That could be that could be like a collusion or like attempted to cheat. Like, bro, come on. This started because you're pushing.
Well,
me
this
to
is your
make-
tweet where they're like, "Ah, you have to have the tokens that your opponent could possibly use." Yeah.
No, that was me fucking with him. That was
Oh,
something
okay.
else. But so I did go to Reddit with this, and of course, everyone on Reddit was like, "No, you're the fucking idiot here. Speed up, get good, loser, L." And I should have expected that.
Well, it can go
Going
one
into
of either way. Either way, you're either the martyr they all love, or they just think you're dumb as fuck.
Yeah, you're the fucking idiot. You caused this somehow. You're not giving the truth, whatever. But anyways, after that, me and homie, like the dude took our ticket, went to go like sign off on it, points off, whatever. Me and homie are like rattled. He's like, "Dude, this is my first event I've ever been to. What's going on?" I'm sitting there just kind of pissed. I just put my hand down, like, "Bro, I don't fucking know. This is my first time too." Like, and everyone around me is like, "What the fuck happened?" Like, I don't fucking know, bro. Like, why is he getting into the game? I don't know. And that's what
It-
Reddit said. essentially they're
Oh, no, go ahead. Keep going. I think you were gonna say what I was saying.
yeah, so my whole thing was like, why is a judge feeling the need to like get into the game? Like
Right.
opponent didn't complain, I didn't complain, no one's asking for a judge, and for them to
That-
hop into the game and like make themselves a part of the game felt weird to me.
That's what I'm confused by, is because again, I used to play TCGs competitively, and the only time we've ever had a judge involved in either Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic was when there was like genuinely a rules question and they were called over, or if you were basically getting close to time.
Right. And
Or-
so that's what I was thinking too, because and so as soon as he like started getting on to me for playing, I'm like, okay, we haven't been playing that long. And I looked, it was 10 minutes out of a 55-minute round. And so Reddit was kind of like, maybe someone reported on you earlier, and that's why they were watching from the start. I'm like, okay, sure, but then like if that's a thing, if someone like called a judge or told a judge, said I was slow playing or something earlier, just talk to me about it. Be like, hey bro, this is what's happening.
What?
Don't like wait until the middle of a game to start like
Also, who gives a fuck if you're a slow player? Like, who gives a shit?
If you're
You
holding a
have time
bracket,
for a
if you're holding a
reason.
bracket, sure, but that's different if you got time. If
No,
they're
no,
set.
no. That is 100% part of the mind games of TCGs. The competitive TCG is a whole different world.
Well,
You have a round timer, you're gonna use that
well,
round
okay,
timer.
yes,
to
that's what I'm
fuck
saying.
with
That's
your
what I'm saying.
opponent.
If you can max out the round timer, that's fine. But
yeah,
I
yeah,
would.
and I get that too, especially with control decks, right? Because there are decks that inherently play fast, and some decks that are meant to drag you to the deep end and strangle you with big units that you can't
White
get out.
blue
So,
control.
yeah, so there's some decks that just do that. But I was playing like a fast, like more tempo deck, so I wasn't like it wasn't something that naturally drags the game along. Like I'm trying to win relatively
The
quickly.
only thing I did ding you on was just, and this is not really a fault of yours, being that was your first one, but only thing I ding you on is not flagging the ref out, right? Like if someone's nudging you, you gotta play your card. You got a question on me, like why do I have to play my card right away? Like, right? But it's your first time and you see a judge say something, you're like, well, I guess I got to, right? So
Exactly.
it's not your fault. It's not your fault. The judge overstepped, but I think that's just one of those like, guess I know next time. Like,
That's kind of how I've taken it too. My whole thing's been like, okay, I'm just gonna play faster in general, just to prevent it from happening. Like, if I know my lines a little bit better, I'm sure if I practice a little bit faster, I'd be able to. I could have avoided it.
I don't
Yeah,
even
see,
think.
you're a better man than I, especially because I am a control player. That's when I start showing up with an actual timer, setting it, and treating it like a goddamn chess match. All right,
That's
we
where I
go. We
went
got
with
the
it
clock.
too. I was like, that's where I went with it. Essentially, I was like, all right, I'll get extremely petty with this if I have. I went through like a bunch of different stages. Like, oh, I'm gonna be so petty with it. And I'm like,
It sucks
okay,
that
you
the
know
other dude
what?
was
I
cool though,
accept it.
right? So it's like,
Yeah, that's what made it easy for me. Is the other guy was like, bro, I didn't call him, dude. You're not playing. Like we talked it out. He's like, yeah, I don't know what's happening. I'm not complaining. You're not playing slow. It's like, bro, I understand. This guy's the fucking prick, and I'm just like talking shit about him with him still standing because he came back and like stood there for a while, and like the whole time we're just kind of like chit chatting. And so I think he decided to fuck off eventually. I don't know.
yeah, man. And you're like, yeah, man. Well, fuck that guy. Yeah, man. Well, good luck the rest of the tournament. Yeah, you too. Walks away. He hands that judge a $5 bill. Thanks, bro.
Right, exactly. Here you go, dog. Because the fucked up thing was because I ended up winning the first match, but I was just pissed off and dropped the next two. And like I said, shoulda, coulda, woulda. If I would have won, would have placed me. I think we'd. So I went into that one at, I think the round before I was at 20th. So going into that one, it's like, okay, if I win, there's no way I don't drop the 4 spots to get into the money or get into the money, the rewards or whatever.
Right.
But like I said, we live and we learn. My first one, I did really good at. So
Yeah, that's
Next
that's
one,
the
we're gonna do
only
better.
thing I'd quote unquote ding you on is just, and that's one of those like, if you're a seasoned player, you'd be like, hey, back like what's up, like what is the rule, like all that. But some like especially when it's your first time, someone's gonna fuck you up somehow, and it's not really on you.
yeah, because that's what I was kind of thinking too. And more reflection, it's like, hey, if I had like call him out on it, that's like it pauses the game longer. You know, it doesn't put you in like a flustered state to just make a snap decision.
Mhm.
Like if I set my hand down, be like, hey, what's good, like, and turn around and kind of like pause the game. So
Yeah,
like
but
you said, live and learn.
Yeah. Had some stuff in the chat. If everyone asked, was that like a thing you were supposed to know in the game?
So there is like a big thing with card games. It's kind of like a lot of it's a gentlemanly agreement, right? Like if your opponent thinks you're going slow, they're more than in their right to go talk to a judge, call a judge, whatever, have the judge be a impartial judge in the situation. And then it's all like a kind of like a trust thing, sportsmanship thing. And I think technically there is like a time limit. Like I know Pokemon is like 15 seconds to make a board state change or something like that. And some games, it's like different. Like some games will be like, okay, you get 60 seconds to resource, but you only get 15 seconds to make a play on the board. And I think
Meanwhile,
Star
Magic
Wars-
the Gathering, you got people there just like,
yeah, exactly.
as if this is gonna do anything. Just gonna keep shuffling the cards around in my hand.
Yeah, staring down 3 cards, I ain't gonna do shit for you. But I think there is like an official timer, but it's like one of those weird like minute things.
Abaki
not
wants to
something that, like,
apologize, say
everyone-
that Abaki was the judge and they're bad.
Oh, you
What a
fucker,
bastard.
You took me out. Yeah, you took me out.
Did
He's
you
an op.
dirty?
He's an op.
I want to mention that I want to ask April Brody went to their first concert last week.
Oh, sick.
Hell
Shit.
yeah.
Well, who'd you watch? Anything else you got going on, Kels?
Other than that, it's just been a lot practice for showdowns coming up, store showdowns, and just chilling
Nice.
and playing some new games that we'll get talking about.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
April Brody says Weezer. That's a solid first concert. I feel like that's a
Yeah, no,
that's
that's
a cool one. All right, so I had a lot of things. Let's see. I had my fall break. I'm already back at work, which is unfortunate. I was like, ooh, one more week, it would have been great. And I was like all ready to fucking knock some games out, but I'll explain what kind of happened. Since last episode, I went to Across the Spider-Verse Orchestra. My friend booked tickets early on, and they were like, "Hey, you want to go with me?" I was like, "Sure, I'll tag along. That's fine." And I had no idea what it was gonna be. I was like, I figured it was like just they'll play some songs from the movie,
Cool movie,
and
baby.
cool. Yeah, they play the whole fucking movie, and they just have an orchestra playing alongside it.
I went to one of those for the first Harry Potter, the Sorcerer's Stone.
Oh, that's sick.
It's the same thing. You just watch the movie projected up there, and whenever the big moments hit, they play along with it, or they play over it. They like turn it
Yeah.
into a movie thing.
Yeah, they have one for Coco, and I'm not emotionally stable enough to handle that though. But yeah, I didn't know that, so I was like sitting and I was like, fuck, I should have rewatched the movie to go into this. No, and I was like, I
Didn't have
after
to.
they kept playing the scene, I'm like, are we just watching the whole fucking movie? All right, fuck yeah. And that was great. They like encouraged the crowd to cheer for your favorite characters or moments, and it felt like a first time like like opening weekend kind of thing.
That's wild.
Yeah, it was
So
super
cool.
dope. They had a scratch DJ that was fucking killing it. And
They
I
need to do one of those for the Terrifier movies. That'd be so cool. It's like a Guar show. They're just
Yeah,
playing-
that'd be
spraying
so
blood.
funny. But I should record like another 15 seconds. I fucked up and ended a little bit too early, but I wanted to see the last one for myself without the phone in my hands. But I record like the last like minute before like when they're ramping up, where they're saying like, all right, and it's Gwen coming out and to be like, hey, I need to make a team. Like, you in? And you see like Peter B. Parker, you see Mayday, and you see everyone like behind, everyone's popping off. So I recorded that part because like that part's gonna be hype. You know it's gonna be hype.
Dude, I love that movie so much.
It's so
I'm,
good.
I'm just so sad that the next one's gonna be like forever long to come out.
I hope it's good though. Like I get worried that it should have been out. Like it was a year. And I'm like, that worries me a little bit, but we'll see. But I recorded it, and the guy behind me tapped my shoulder. He's like, "Can you send me that recording?"
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
so cool.
And then on that note too, they have something here called Night of the Living Cover Bands, where it's this local place here, just has a bunch of local bands play like a 20-minute set list of a whoever. So Beach Boys, someone the night before did Tool, which I was like, I'll play one Tool song. They had Spice Girls. But I had some friends that played Paramore, and they did like a Paramore medley, which was cool. And then someone else did Taylor Swift. but because it was a show, it was like they encourage like the bands all dress up and stuff. I was like, all right, you know what? I feel like this is a perfect place to bust out my Spider-Punk costume, right? At a show like that, hell yeah, dude. That costume just hurts to wear. The shoes, the boots look sick, but they're like a half size too small. And then the mask, it's like not shaped perfectly, so it's like all up on me. And then like I have metal pins up here, which kind of made my head hurt. But I was like, fuck it, I'm committed. So I wore it for like 80% of the night, and then I was like, we took a break in the partner's car to eat some food and not wear it. But it was funny just walking downtown and everyone just stops. Hey, it's Spider-Man.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
My buddy has a Miles suit that he'll wear whenever we go. Like sometimes we'll go watch movies and we'll just get cosplayed up, dress up.
That's sick.
And
Hell
he'll go-
yeah.
and he'll go in his like I think it was for Across the Spider-Verse. He dressed up and went, and it's so funny because it's like a giant onesie, right? I don't know how yours is, but his is just like the mask is attached, and so when he has it on, he's fucking blind. And we went to like one of the theaters with like the tables on it.
Yeah.
Poor dude just like could not figure out like how to get in there just because it's dark.
Does
and
he
you
have-
can't see the tables?
Does he have sick ass shoes?
Oh yeah, he has the Miles
Ah,
Nikes or whatever.
fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, they're sick. My costume, the underneath is a Spirit Spider-Man costume, which I'm looking to upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade that, but it's just underneath is a Spirit Spider-Man costume. I put jeans on that I've like put patches on. I got the boots on. I got a blue shirt that I ripped up, put on top of the onesie or the onesie, and I have a jean jacket. I'm gonna try to bump that up to a leather jacket next time, but I have a jean jacket I throw on top of that. But the kicker is because I don't like the onesie, the pull up part, right? It makes it look like a costume at that point. So what I do, especially because like the eyes, I don't know if the Miles ones are the same, but it looks like eyes, but like you can see the holes right through them still. So it's like,
Yeah, it's like that material that's like white, but you can still like see
Yeah.
through it on the. You can barely see through it on the
right.
other
Well,
side.
this makes it worse because I have that, but I put the Spider-Man helmet that I have underneath it to make it form fitting. And then the thing I got, it's Spider-Punk, so it's got magnets up here, and the eyes are detachable as well. So what I'll do is I'll put it underneath the pull-up part and pull that so it shapes the mask or shapes my head in a Spider-Man way, and I put the eyes on top of on top of the actual eyes. So I got 2 layers of eyes going on with that fucking costume. But the eyes on the mask I bought off Etsy looks a lot better than the one with the onesie. So that's how it fits and looks a lot better because of that.
Helps you air out too whenever you're wearing it.
No, it's hot. It's really hot.
Even just taking the eyes off.
Oh, if I take the eyes off, I mean, then I'm dealing with just the regular onesie eyes.
Oh yeah, because you're
I got 2 layers of eyes on, but especially because we're in a dark like local spot where I'm trying to watch a show. I'm just having to hold the partner's hand. I'm like, all right, you have to guide me through because I can't see a lot of the spot.
That's how my so I do cosplay and I have a Moon Knight mask that I made for Mr. Knight.
Yeah, we
And,
talked about that. It's so sick.
I have the lights that will light up, and whenever they're lit up, I can't see shit through it. It's like just blind. It's
But-
like yeah, it looks cool.
Hella compliments though, dude.
Yeah, it looks fucking sick, but can't see shit.
Yeah, that's how I feel, dude. I'm walking around, my toes are curled up a bit, and it's like I'm walking around, but every 30 seconds I get stopped by someone saying, "Yo, sick ass costume, bro." I see. I was leaving the Well, I just do that.
Yeah, there you go.
I was walking out of the girlfriend's house when we were getting in the car, and 3 little kids stopped on their bike and look at me. They're like, "It's Spider-Man." It's cute. There was a.
Backflip.
No one told me to do a flip, thank God. And there was this family full of Jasons, like a dad Jason, a teenage Jason, and a little boy Jason. And little boy Jason started waving at me. I waved back, but he kept his hand up. I was like, oh, hell yeah. And I ran over, just gave him the biggest high five of all time. Fuck yeah, bro. I'm getting stopped for pictures everywhere. It's so fun. That costume is a fucking pain to wear. Like, I'm dying at the end of it. Which I think that's kind of cosplay in general, though. I think if your cosplay goes hard, you're going to be dying in your costume.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be sweating your ass off. You're gonna be hurting,
Yeah.
aching, all the above.
So fucking worth it, though. I'm going to talk about another movie in a second, but I wanted to let David know this. I got through half of Psycho. That
Okay.
Like Hitchcock Psycho?
no, what was it?
The Large Family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got halfway through. I don't mind it, but I think the reason we talked about it was 'cause I like things that are off, and you said that movie's kind of like that. Does it have a big payoff towards that, or?
It's very subtle.
Oh,
It's
so-
kind of like old Slender Man stuff where you really have to be paying attention to all the little details
Are
to
there-
get how off
Is there a
it is.
dissection video on it?
Yes, Rainbot did one.
Okay, because I'm about halfway. I don't mind it, but I'm like not sold on it still. But if that's the case, if you're selling it, like, yeah, that's the thing that you can almost rewatch and just catch a bunch of things, especially on second rewatch.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Okay, so I'll stick with it, but I'm about halfway through that. Let's see if any one of us was, or any one of you guys was one of the 14 people that watched Joker 2.
I do
No.
not. I have no interest. I'll
It's
wait
coming
until
out
it's
on-
out.
Yeah, it's coming out on streaming on the 29th. I'll just wait.
Yeah.
So I had to watch it, dude. I was hearing those impressions, and I was like dying. I was supposed to go. I was supposed to like a work wife date with that because we both like Lady Gaga. But I was like, I'm sorry, I gotta cancel it. I gotta go now. Like I have to see this. This is incredible. I think the hate is way too far on that end. Like, or it's like it's the worst comic movie. No, like I've there's been plenty actual worse ones. But this movie reeked of a toe in the water on both sides and just too afraid to commit to either of them. It was like it didn't want to be a Joker sequel, but it kind of did because it was like straight up like it felt like Joker Part 2. It wasn't even like a Joker 2. It was like here's a whole new time. No, it's like it felt like a Joker Part 2. Here's what happened in the first one. Here's just the ramifications of what happened in the first one. And then hey, we want to do a musical, but it's jukebox musical and also like no fucking choreography at all whatsoever. It was like really mundane places, only one person like moving around, not even dancing, and everyone else just staring at them. Which is like, no, if you're gonna do a musical, go fucking crazy. If it's gonna be a fucking Joker 2 musical, do the most bombastic shit ever. And they kind of did it for like one number, kind of, but that's it. And yeah, it was incredibly unnecessary. But I think the hate was too warranted. But you know what, David? It reminded me of what would you say about was it who hated their you made it by the book of it? Who hated their creation so much that they made a whole book how much are trying to make it worse? Like it was Needle.
Oh, Clive Barker with the Hellraiser
Yeah.
series.
So I know people are kind of relating to that, and I can kind of see it where it's like he hated Joker so much that he just fucked with that just so much just to piss people off. But also you use that as an IP to like do whatever you want to, which is a musical. I don't know. It was so fucking scattered.
Well, it just goes to show what happens whenever you don't have any Scorsese movies to rip off. They
Dude,
could have just done Shutter Island. I mean, it was right there.
Oh.
Come on, fucking idiot.
this someone made a point, and it's kind of true where it's like this is just a hopefully one of the last casualties of the whole we need to sequelize everything that made a lot of fucking money because yeah, like Joker did not need a sequel whatsoever. There was zero
Absolutely not.
reason. It
It
was
didn't
a
even be made in the first place.
right, but it was a really good self-contained stuff that was like all right, cool. But yeah, it was not needed for that.
I'll just always have an issue with the first movie just due to the fact of how plagiaristic it is of Scorsese films in the first place.
Is there I hate to just say I said this twice in the span of like 5 minutes. Is there a video essay on that I can watch so I can?
There's probably quite a bit I can pull up because it's directly riffing on Taxi Driver and
Right.
King of Comedy. It's like both movies just fused. It's two Scorsese movies just fused into one.
Yeah, I definitely need to watch
And
that then.
then he slapped Joker on it.
In which it's funny because it feels like he's done that twice now, where he just did a musical and just slapped Joker 2 on it. But it's like, yeah, fucking Lady Gaga literally do the most bombastic shit you could do, and it's like they just refused to. They were just too
And is
scared.
it true that she's like barely in the movie? I heard someone say it was kind of like a Beetlejuice situation. Like she's like maybe in the movie 30 to 20 minutes max.
Not 20 minutes, definitely more than 20 minutes. She was in a good amount, but just not in the way that you'd want her to be.
Not prominent.
Yeah, like she pops up here and there for a good chunk of time, but she had like one solo scene at all. Everything else was with other people. April says, I got the ending spoiled for Joker 2 and made me go, what was the point? I see, and I'm a sucker for just like novel ideas. So like kind of what they went with in here, it kind of made me go like, that's kind of a cute idea, I guess. I don't really mind, but it wasn't worth the whole movie. Like I would just like to read what happened. Because I don't know if you guys heard how it ends.
Yeah, it read to me kind of like a middle finger.
Yeah, so
No, I've seen like fuck all about it.
I'm gonna spoil it because who the fuck cares? If you wanted to watch it, you should have saw it in that empty theater. So he gets the whole thing. He's declared guilty. There's one really good scene in there.
Well, first off, it's not that he directly declares himself guilty.
No,
right?
sorry.
He comes out.
Yeah. But let me backtrack a second. There's one really good scene that would have been cool to make this like a Joker 2, where it was like I saw a scene, I was like, this is a really solid scene. This should have been the whole movie, where it had a character from the first on trial against Arthur Fleck. And it was like a back and forth of like him trying to be Joker, but also seeing like the Arthur kind of come out and like being a little sympathetic because it was like the dude was like, you were like the nicest person ever to me, and then this happened, and it was a really really good like back and forth of that, and I was like, that was great. What the fuck? Then we went back to more bullshit like dance. But anyway, yeah, he's guilty as fuck. Explosion for no reason other than to get him out for like 5 minutes of the movie, which it doesn't matter to anything. It just felt like they needed an explosion just to make it a comic book movie. Bring him back.
Well, that's the whole thing. I feel like the whole thing is kind of felt like Todd getting everyone riled up, and then he just flips everyone off and says, "Fuck you, we're not doing that."
Yeah, just tickles your scrotum until a point where you're ready, and then just blue balled.
Well, because from what I understand, the whole movie, like the courtroom drama, is gearing towards him fighting for like an insanity plea, like trying to say it's a split personality thing. Like it wasn't him that did it; it was the Joker personality that committed the acts. And by the end, he admits, like, no, it was me. I wanted to do that.
Yeah. So his lawyer tries doing that,
essentially.
and then he just ends up doing his own. Which again, when it was him doing the Joker thing in the courtroom, it's like, okay, this is kind of interesting, but just not enough of it. But yeah, so they get out, they bring him back to jail, and
Well, because his followers try to rescue him, right? Like his Joker.
they don't even well, so the followers do try to rescue him, but they don't even make a correlation as to what happened. Like there was not a like who did that or why they did that. It just, it happened. But yeah, the followers try to bring him out there, then he gets out, and again, this is like a whole like 10-minute tops you're outside of this place, and it just ends up to where you're at. You're back to where you started 10 minutes later.
That's why I'm thinking it's kind of like a blue ball situation. Like the crowd's gonna get what they want. The people like there to see
Right.
Joker break out, get what he wants, get the victory, and then just pull the rug out from under him.
Right. And so
And then he does it like even further, like pulls the rest of the rug out.
right. So he they pull him back. He's declared guilty. And then they say, "Hey, Arthur, you got a visitor." Walks out, and then this guy that you've seen in the background for a few shots that was just always like giggling and laughing. He goes up to Arthur. He's like, "Hey, you want to hear a joke? There's the guy that walks into a bar and yada yada," and just guts the fuck out of him. Just starts shanking the fuck out of him. And then the guard like kind of walked off like ahead and didn't come back. So people were like saying that he got set up by the guards to get killed. And then and in the background, after he gets killed by that guy, you see the guy like kind of like blurred off in the background. Come on, you hear him cutting his smile. So it's
Laugh.
yeah, so it's insinuating that's the Joker. That Arthur Fleck was only the the embodiment,
proto-
yeah, like the inspiration of a Joker.
Have you watched Gotham or know anything about Gotham?
I have not watched it.
Gotham did the same exact thing, but like from what I've seen of it and from what I've watched of it, way better. It's the same sort of situation. There's a Joker before the Joker that inspires the Joker.
Mm.
Yeah, so they went with that, and then they try to say like he had at a point until you read the script where Typho was like, it's never been called the Joker, it's called Joker, like, and like I want to like give him the benefit of the doubt, but you can't because you look at the script for the first one and it says, hey, he is now the Joker. It's like, all right, dude. But yeah, no, it's a bit of a waste of a movie. Obviously, don't watch it. It was boring. But I mean, I enjoyed it more than Borderlands. So anyone who says that Joker 2 is the worst movie of the year, fuck off. Borderlands is actual trash. They both bombed though, so hey, go us. Did I do anything else? I don't think so. Let's talk about what we got. David, what'd you get?
Hell yeah. Really only got two things here. Got DDR Universe 2 for the good old 360.
Nice.
And this just arrived the other day. It took forever for this to come in, even though I've had this pre-order since it was announced.
I see it.
But we got Metaphor
Hell yeah.
playing that eventually. Fucking, I've only
You're not
completed
playing it yet?
14
What the
games
fuck?
this year, and it's because they're all fucking RPGs.
Shit, I'll probably get Metaphor done before you then.
Probably.
Yeah, because I'm still not starting it anytime soon. I'm still in the middle of patch week, and then basically not starting anything with Extra Life being around the corner. So
Ooh, yeah. Speaking of Extra Life, I seen Magic was doing a secret layer drop for Extra Life.
yeah, they did that last year too.
It's like what a nice thing that you can try to monetize. Way to go.
I think last year is when they also had a lot of like Junji Ito art, and I was like, "Fuck you for making
Hey.
having Elish Norn by Junji
Speaking
Ito."
of-
That's, yeah, you guys want to talk about
Yeah.
how amazing Uzumaki is still holding up after that first episode's animation? It's doing great, right?
Yeah, about that.
I'm so fucking pissed.
Bro.
Yeah, I guess if we're gonna sidetrack real quick into that, yeah. So watch the first episode. Beautiful. Truly felt like just watching the manga come to life. Was wonderful. And before I had even had a chance to watch the second episode, I saw the discourse on Twitter, and I'm like, oh, why does suddenly everyone hate it? And I guess what happened is the animation studio that was behind the first episode got yeeted. They were basically told, nah, you're too fucking expensive. Get the fuck out of here. And so the idea was to either just have it be the one episode
Yep.
or pay some other studio to finish it. And that's what they did.
Well, I
And
seen
here
the
we
producer
are.
say, like, I guess there's like a producer that went on record or like talked to a reporter, and they said there's like we release just the first episode, we don't release it at all, we outsource it, or they're like we just eat our losses. It's like, ugh, it's kind of crazy.
I don't know. See, what I would have probably preferred in hindsight's 2020, right? I think I'd rather they just like do the one episode as a proof of concept almost. Like, all right, fuck it, throw that out there. If anyone else wants to pick us up, let's fucking do it. Because the word of mouth after the first episode was great.
Yeah,
It was phenomenal.
And now it's fucked.
yeah.
I don't know what the fuck it is with Junji Ito not having good fucking adaptations. We finally, our balls were tickled with finally having a good adaptation of his work, and fucking, oh,
They had us in the first half, not gonna lie.
they certainly did. I'm still gonna finish it out. It's my partner's first experience with Junji Ito, which unfortunately the mark was set very high with the first episode. Although after watching the first episode, she turned to me. She's like, "You should have been a fucking art school kid." To which I said, "Yeah."
I do want to give a shout out to our fallen soldier. Gore the Movie Guy had a really good response or a good reaction to that. He made a short of it where he just, it's that one shot that everyone keeps referencing, the one where they're walking on or running on the beach, and Gore's like, "What the fuck? Is he running sideways? The fuck? He's moving forward, but he's running sideways." Shout out to that. Gore's always a person where I'm like, all right, if there's a funny moment, I kind of wanted to see what reaction to that happened.
Yeah, every so often I will kind of be like, all right, I got to know what Gore kind of thought of this, because man does have some funny reactions here and there. Got to give him credit on that.
Let's see. I feel like it would have been better as a movie. Oh, a Newsmaker movie would have made amazing, but that would have been a fucking expensive movie.
It would have been condensed also.
Hey, imagine it would win an Oscar though.
Yeah.
If they had a whole one like episode 1 of Uzumaki, you think that wouldn't win a best
If it
animation?
was all in that same
Yeah.
consistency, maybe. Horror does not get treated well with that shit.
Yeah, Toni Collette didn't even get a nomination for Hereditary, bro. I'm
Yeah.
still mad about that.
Yeah, but anyway, David, what else did you get?
That is all I got. I have reduced my spending as this trip's about to be expensive as shit. So.
Are you want to do merch?
No.
Okay.
I am reasonably responsible in that regard.
Okay,
I don't feel like spending 4 hours in a goddamn line just to spend money.
okay, because I was thinking about, I was like, I kind of want to check the merch line again, see if they have anything different from the show that I went to. But I know you are not a merch line person.
No.
Especially if it's long. If it's not that long, then sure.
Yeah, if it's going to be like 10, 15 minutes, fine, whatever. Second, it looks like it's going to be more than 20 minutes, absolutely not worth
yeah,
my
it's
time.
gonna be about maybe a 45 to an hour long line.
No, fuck that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, so I think I got pretty much everything I wanted the first run through. So I don't know. I'm probably good, but making sure.
Also, real quick, at Backy, I am drinking, and tonight it is from Baxter Brewing, another local brewery here, and it's their Oktoberfest lager.
Nice.
I finished mine, but I'm back on my Kiwi McSqueezy bullshit.
Hell yeah.
Kels, what'd you get?
Yeah, so I also got Metaphor, but it's on Steam, so it's on computer, this thing. Other than that, got a bunch of comics. I've already sorted them out, put them up, so they're back there.
You got something else too.
What did I get else?
Fat Hog.
Yeah, I brought that with
Unless
me.
that
Sorry,
game's digital
guys.
as well.
Which one? Silent Hill. I got that as well. Silent Hill 2, digital on computer. Bada bing. But
Hell yeah.
Did you play the Naked James
will-
mod yet?
Did you play
No.
the Thomas the Tank Engine mod yet?
I got the mod that makes Angela fuckable. What do you mean? That's the only one that matters.
Hell
right?
yeah. The most consumerist mod.
At back, yes, room temperature or cold? David.
For me, all my beer is always room temp.
The
The only time I have my beer cold is when I have no choice but to buy it
I thought you were gonna
cold.
say when you butt
Beer
chug.
is meant to be room temp.
Only beer I get when I butt chug is cold.
No, the alcohol is meant to be room temperature.
Well, technically, liquids are supposed to be room temperature. Like water, you actually it's a
Yes.
lot more beneficial to you room temperature. But
Yes, that's how I drink all my beverages, unless it's specifically like a hot chocolate or a store already puts it in the freezer for some ungodly reason. Everything I drink is room temp.
I get look like a fucking heathen by various people in my life that when I'm like, hey, just give me room temperature, they're like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, I don't want to deal with like taking 2 sips and it's being too cold. I just want to just down that shit.
Yes.
What was I gonna say real quick?
I'm trying to chug it. And yes, Absolute Batman is out, by the way.
Yeah, I saw. I read through the first one of that. That's kind of interesting.
I haven't read through it yet, but it looks very interesting from what I've seen. I need to go pick up my monthly haul. Yeah, so my store closed and their second location is further away, so now I just have to go less frequently. Kind of makes me butt hurt.
All right.
The other one was so close to the card shop.
Any
yeah,
other
but-
pickups?
Nope, just a bunch of comics, few digital games, bada bing, bada boom.
I'm gonna shout this thing out first. I got this a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is this snooze band? Because I see all these
Oh.
things on talking about like we talked about purple matches earlier. You guys ever seen these?
My
Yeah.
partner has one.
Oh, they're so fucking good, dude. I get so excited to use these things, dude. Uh, I was looking for a Bluetooth sleep mask because I'm like I felt bad.
Does yours also do like the temple massage?
No.
Ah,
I was looking for because there's like a lot of different levels of types of them, and I just looked on eBay really quick and found this one for $20. I'm like, cool. And that one's
Gotcha.
like a lot more than that one. But holy shit, dude, that's just been a game changer. I get so excited because like I want to take a nap in the middle of the day and it's bright as fuck. Now I'm just like, let me just turn all lights off now. Boom, it's just blackout. It's amazing. I'm excited to use that on the plane, dude. Um,
yeah, no, my partner swears by hers, although she also is the one that will do the little temple massage on that.
um, I eventually got bad. I felt bad about leaving YouTube and the TV on so late and loud every night. I'm like, let me condense it. So I'm just dealing with that.
Oh, is your partner not like I need noise in the type of night sleeper?
No, she doesn't even want a TV in
Ah.
the room. Which I'm like, well,
Gross.
that's gonna be a fight because I want a TV in the room.
That would be an immediate deal breaker for me. Fuck that.
Yeah,
There's TVs
I'll-
in every room. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, that's how I am. But I was like, the only concession I'll make is if you buy one of those like really fancy, like $500, like the TV ones, like the those ones that like project something on here. I saw some like,
Yeah.
yeah, I was like, or no, it's the ones that you connect like you can connect like a console to, right? And it's got like a receiver on there.
Mm.
I'm like, I'll do one of
Yes, yes,
those.
yes.
Guys want one of those, but I was like, no, we're putting a TV in the room. Like that's I will die on that hill.
I would put a fucking TV in the bathroom if I could find a way for it to fucking stay in there correctly.
There's a video that I took of me and my friends last summer in Reno where we stayed at they gamble a bit, so like they get those free stays at resorts, and I have a video of like 4 or 5 of the dudes just watching American Dad in the bathroom.
Hell yeah. Also,
Uh,
can't forget all the wonderful fighting game tournaments that happen in bathrooms.
exactly. Everybody says I've got to head out, but you guys have a good rest of your podcast. Wish me luck on my essay.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Also, to add Backy's other question, that is body temp. That is not room temp.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, so I got that, and then on the 2 that we're gonna talk about, I got two bad boys right there.
Hell yeah.
I think I'm gonna end up copping Silent Hill 2 physical just to have once it's all said and done.
Yeah.
You know, I might end up caving on it.
David,
I've been watching
we're
some
gonna
actual
talk about
gameplay
it.
footage.
We'll talk about it, David, and
we're gonna talk about it, buddy.
yeah, and we're only a couple hours in, but we'll talk about those hours for sure. But before Kels and I go off on that, David, what'd you play this last 2 weeks?
Just in time for the concert. The one thing I was able to do is finish up Near Automata with the partner. Kels, you want to take your headphones off for a second? I'll wave you back in. All right, perfect. I got it was fucking beautiful. She asked me again. She's like, Pascal lives at the end of it, right? And I'm just like, yeah, he lives.
At what
And
cost?
she gives me this side eye. She's like, I don't like the way you phrase that. And we get to that whole sequence where initially she's like, oh, he's fight. And then she's like, oh, wait, he's fighting with you. And then I'm like, yup. And then everything happens. And she's like, oh, but he's oh, no. He betrayed everything. I'm like, yup. And I'm like, but wait, there's more. And so we get to the child mass suicide. And she's just like, this is the most upsetting thing I have ever fucking experienced.
I think out of all of Near Automata, I think the only one that really struck. And remember, I threw her in the deep end. So I mean, I know that she would get a lot more if she had a couple years of gaming under her belt to be like, all right, does it really make sense now? You know, I just threw her. I was like, here's fucking Near.
Yeah.
But like, seeing that choice where it was like, do I either kill me or erase my memories, or what was, or you, or what was erase my memories, kill me, and
Yeah,
then you
kill me or erase my memories.
or walk away. Wasn't it right? Or you walk away, or was
No,
that?
you can't walk away. You
Yeah.
have to pick one.
Yeah, and I looked at her, I was like, what do you pick? And she's like, I don't know. Like that was the one that stumped her. It's like both are just like terrible.
Yeah, this is all upsetting.
Did
This
you-
this is just all upsetting.
Did you take her to Pascal's shop after?
No, I spared her that pain.
You should have, because that's where it's fucked up. Where you're like, oh, Pascal is no way he's selling. Unfortunate. I'm not outing her really, but she's been on an emotional roller coaster of just how she's taking in a lot of media, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, so if we played To the Moon right now, would you have cried? She's like, we played fucking Nier right now, we would have cried. I was like, well, then there's always next week. I really want to
No,
I really want to binge the anime, but it's
It's so worth it just for the end alone.
Yeah.
Like the last ending bit, just
yeah, I might do that.
We'll leave Kels back in here.
Whoops. Hold on.
So without any spoilers, all that is to say, my partner did enjoy it, but she definitely liked Replicant a lot more.
That's fair.
And she also she brought up another interesting point with her experience with the games. That was kind of like a game revelation moment for her, which is she's come to realize she definitely likes worlds that are more like overgrown, kind of like dystopian, less attached to modern aesthetics and aesthetics.
Sure.
And that was kind of a big thing, is like you go through Replicant and it feels medieval, even though there's like modern architecture, but it's so decayed and overgrown. Whereas the particular setting in Automata definitely has like, oh, this was a city feel to it.
Right. Like you said, I'm sorry I missed all. Will be doing extra like this year? David, 100% will be.
Yeah.
We'll probably be doing it differently the way we do it. I'm sure we'll probably cross our streams at some point, but I definitely don't have the extra time off to do to break it up into chunks, so I might just do it maybe 12 hours. Because as much as I like the idea of just doing it all in 24 hours, you just don't really get there's no point to outlast like 8 hours. No one's awake.
Oh, you get so drained. Like
you're drained, but no one's there. Like no one. We're not big enough to have people, right? So 12 hours was more beneficial the year I did it.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I get actually like company paid time off for charity events. So last year I did 4 12-hour days, and I'm doing that again this year.
Yeah, so we'll probably do 2 days together.
Yeah, and my time will be Eastern time, afternoon to midnight every day.
Kels, do you ever do Extra Life?
Nope.
This guy doesn't care about kids, dude.
Oh, fuck them kids, bro.
Yeah, fuck them.
All right, David, play anything else?
No, that is all I have had time for, was to basically finish through that. And so now I'm basically like not starting anything large until after Extra Life, because I'm saving all my quick playthrough things for Extra Life. One of the things I know I 100% want to do, and I warned my partner ahead of time for this, I want her to play through Papers, Please. Being the hyper empathetic person she is, I know she's gonna have a great time with that game.
You should play through one of the To the Moon sequels probably during Extra Life.
She hated To the Moon.
Right, but you should.
I should. I might, honestly. I got a small list going. I know
Especially
Papers,
they have
Please
that
is
DLC
one.
coming out.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. I'm gonna have her go through Kentucky Route Zero.
It's one episode.
She's gonna go through the whole thing.
She wants to binge the whole thing.
Yeah.
Did you tell her what I warned about?
No.
Okay. Maybe I'll just tell her in person.
Yes, that might be the smart thing to do, because
Yeah.
I've already forgotten what your warning was.
Don't binge that thing. Like, let it be play an
Would it be a
episode.
simmer?
Play an episode. Maybe play a prologue in between. Simmer. Play an episode.
All right. I will wait. All right. So what
I will
we'll
make
do is
that play.
when we all meet up, you sell her on that and Sayonara Wild Hearts. I know I want to have her go through that too.
Yeah, I'll do it. Kels, I want very desperately to talk about one game, because I've only got a little bit in the metaphor, so I'm gonna feed the cats during that part. But let's talk Silent Hill 2, because
Show.
holy shit. We've had many talks about this game. Many talks about worries. I've always said that I'm like cautiously optimistic. Like I'm worried about some parts. I don't know how they could pull off some parts, but let's see. And I'm about 2.5 hours in. I would have probably beat the fucking game at this point, because it's like just that point, but it's like I really want to play it at night. It's like a night game with headphones. If I'm playing it during the day, I'm doing myself a disservice. Like I need to play it at night. So I've just had no nights the last like couple weeks, like or a couple nights. Like every night's been like booked up, and I don't want to get into the middle of a puzzle and not know what the fuck I'm doing. So I've been like, all right, just break it up in like the most solid chunks I could. But like the time I have played, holy shit, dude. Bloober is really good at creating an atmosphere. They just are not amazing at creating the IP or story, right? When you give them the fucking IP and story and say make the atmosphere for this, holy shit.
Yeah, they cooked here.
They
So you almost
fucking
think that
cooked.
they would do definitely like a better as like a Blue Point where they just do remakes of shit?
100%.
So there's already rumors they're going on
I
to
feel
Silent
like
Hill
that's for
3,
sure.
which I don't like.
Yeah,
I-
it's weird. Right? Why would
Uh,
they do 1 and then 3?
Yeah, that's
100
right.
Or
One
if
Silent Hill
anything,
1
you
is-
would do 4 if you wanted to build off of 2, right?
Yes, 100%.
But I really hope the Silent Hill 3, which it sounds like it's probably gonna be true, right? Because you think about the Silent Hill HD collection being 2 and 3, they're obsessed with 2 and 3, 2 and 3. I have a feeling they're
It
gonna.
doesn't make sense to go into 3 without playing 1.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah. To be fair, plenty of people
That's
did.
how I played the series, so that's how the rest of these kids will too.
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of people have played 3 before 1, right? And they still liked it, but you get the most out of it with 1 100 billion%. But that's the rumor. And you know what? If that's what they're going towards, fucking let them, because holy fuck, they fucking cooked on this shit, dude.
I say that, like, I 100% agree, but the discourse around isn't her name Heather, the main character?
Yep.
The discourse around her is going to be fucking insufferable.
Oh, why can't they make the 17-year-old girl fucking hot?
Yeah, exactly.
I swear I
Until
saw
they get to the puke scene and see how that looks in Unreal 5 or whatever.
I saw on Twitter someone's like, I just don't buy games if they're not attractive girls. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, and someone responded back saying, please say that in real life. They said,
Like in
I did.
public?
I told my brother. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. That's the most cringe fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Truly, I mentioned I posted this on a comment that fucking Neo was sharing, but like, truly, we have entered an age that fucking porn brain rot has become the worst fucking thing.
Yep.
Like, people's concept of like what is
Attraction.
attractive or mannish or anything has become so weirdly hyper skewed that I'm like, I don't think you look at like actual women anymore.
Well,
I
yeah, well,
really don't.
Yeah, so I think I'm the one saying that Laura Croft is too masculine now is weird.
Yes, like,
But
that's.
I don't know.
fucking
Well,
wild.
it's gonna be a hard reality for these. I mean, it could be anywhere from 30 or 40 years old for sure. But any one of these guys, when you realize another 20 years from now, they're still not with someone because, bro, you're a solid 3 looking for a 10 right now. No, like, no
Pick a
one
lane,
wants.
buddy.
Yeah, no
Can't be a
one.
piece of shit and ugly.
Yeah, and no charisma. Like at least have something up
No
there.
charisma. Let's also be honest. No motivation. So no money. No.
Gooners, fucking gooners, dude.
You know what? Say what you will about the furry community. Usually the furry community has fucking money. I don't know what the fuck it is. The IT field and so many other fields that are high grossing are filled with fucking furries. They can be some of the most degenerate bastards. Don't get me fucking
Yeah,
wrong.
Game Freak.
Yeah, we'll fucking get to that.
They freaky.
Trust me, we'll fucking get to that. But at the same time, like, they have money at least, so they got at least something going for them usually. Most of these fucking cave dwellers have nothing.
I forget who told me recently. It was either my girlfriend or someone else that was like a good friend with, and there's like, I found out what gooning was today. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no one should ever actually have to know what the fuck gooning means.
Right.
Yeah, that's internet lingo that can just stay on the internet.
Right.
Yeah, that is something that only someone terminally online should have an idea of what that means.
Yeah.
Us. So yeah, no, so Bloober fucking cooked on this, dude. The atmosphere is fucking incredible. They nailed the fucking VOG, and I wanted to give a shout out to that because I saw Kel sent me it looks like someone modded out the fog of Silent Hill 2, and I thought, like, at first I'm like, that's fucking stupid. Why would anyone do that? But then I realized they were
No,
curious.
people are legitimately playing the game that way.
That's funny.
There are some people that are
I hope it's, like,
redistributing it and
second.
calling it the actual HD version.
But like still, I was under the impression, I'm like, the fog, the game part looks really good because the fog is like really just like killing the what do you call it, the
Frame rates and everything.
no, like how far you can see. What is it called again?
Yeah, the draw distance.
Yeah, it's killing the draw distance, which lets you focus on things, right? Which side note, I'm gonna go off a tangent real quick. It's kind of a related tangent. I didn't do it last year, so I'm doing it this year. I brought in PT for the kids to play.
Hell yeah.
It's not rated, so I can't get in trouble. There's not a like active like viewing violence. There's like sounds of it, and the story is, but not of that. So, but I think that's also, this is a fun way to share video game history in a way, right? It's like, well, you can't play it unless you have $1,500 to go buy a PS4 with it online. So you got it here. But it was cool because like they won't know what it is until like one of them sees the hallway. Like, wait, no, I know what this is, and then they don't want to play anymore. But like, right, like PT looks incredible because it's literally just the hallway. So when you think about like Silent Hill, is like, all right, well, everything everything's like so close. It's probably why it looks good. No, you look at that fucking mod. That city looks incredible.
Yeah.
They cooked an entire city. It's like, all right, let's just fog it up. I'm like,
Agree. I do. It's one of those things. Modders going to be modders, and I will never take away someone's own version of fun. But at the same time, it's like this is kind of one of the. There's two big things that I feel that is missing from modern game development. One is optimization, which is funny because there's a story I'll get into a little bit that talks a bit more about that. But the second thing is we have developers have become very spoiled because of the fact that they don't really have limitations anymore. The average person has such insanely powerful hardware that is lasting for 10 some odd years. You don't need to design around limitations of hardware anymore. And it spoils a lot of devs because they're now just throwing everything into
that.
there.
Well, that's what they had. Are you talking about the interview?
I'm not even talking about the interview. I'm just talking like in general. It's a common trend I've been seeing.
So there was an interview where they were saying that the original developers were like much more preference to this version because they were like, because Silent Hill 2 wasn't like what we truly envisioned because of all the limitations.
Right, is what we could do at the time.
But like, that's the cool part about it, and that's why I think a lot of developers, like, think exactly what David's saying is like, I think a lot of developers, you get the most creativity in a bubble.
Yeah.
Like when you are forced into this like little, like,
creatives notoriously can't create unless there's limitations put on them. That's the thing.
right.
Yes, there's a term for it. It's like the choice paradox or something like that. Or no, the freedom paradox. That's it. Where the more freedom you have, the less creative you are.
Yep.
But the more limitations that are placed upon you, the more creative you get because you're trying to work around those limitations.
Mm-hmm. But sorry, go ahead with.
Shit, I got to pee real quick.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, so
I
it's
just
waxing poetic over this fucking game while David's like, yeah, maybe I'll buy it eventually. I'll check it out. I'm server work, you know.
I just saw a few posts last night of people like in a Silent Hill thread, and they have one person standing in front of that first time you see Pyramid Head just staring at you.
Yeah.
And just someone take a
It's
screenshot.
like,
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck is this? And someone's like, "Oh, it's cute. We're gonna see people just experiencing this for the first time."
So,
Didn't think about
Did
it.
you notice at the very beginning of the game, did you look around the car at all?
No.
Well, if you take a look in the back seat, there's something there.
What is it? Because I'm too far.
Well,
Is it still there?
I'm not
Can you
sure
go
if
back
you can backtracking. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering too. But no. So it's not outright like what's there. It's kind of implied. It looks like there's a body covered up with a blanket in the back seat. And
Right now.
I guess someone asked the original director on Twitter, and he said that's what he wanted to do too.
Wait, what? Oh, they want to put a body in the back? Kels? They want to put a body in the back of the car? That's what they wanted to do?
Yeah, that was because I think they've been on record as saying the bodies in the original game, it's in the trunk, so it's not something that you can outright just see.
Is this? Let's see. Interesting. I never knew this theory. All right, let's see.
And I guess it's a thing like the remake finally confirms like this has been a long-standing theory.
Wow. Holy shit. Bro, they cooked with this.
Yeah.
It's kind of obscene, and I'm actually it's like a twofold thing. There, where I'm excited that it shut up the anti woke mob. Woke go broke, but now they're like, no, stop buying this game. She's not hot.
Yeah. I'm hoping that it can like keep defying like those people, I guess would be a good word for it.
Yeah, I hate when they think they won, but it's really like, dude, you picked a trash game to just like shit on it as it is. It's not that you won. It's no one want to play this game.
I sent the article to you on Facebook and Messenger.
All right.
But yeah, no, it's like it. I feel like there's a way that this could have been really bad. Like if it was like if the game wasn't good, essentially, like if they really screwed it up in characterization or in some way, form, or manner. But since the game is like actually good, like these nitpicks that they're trying to make are super inconsequential in the grand scheme of it all.
That's
like-
so fucking crazy. I cannot believe they did that. I would love to. I would love to see the first person's face that discovered that though. Like, they walk around like, holy shit.
Right.
All right. You know what though? I bet you that detail is the one that sells David on this because holy shit. And oh yeah, I saw that comment that followed up afterwards. Where like, I just saw this pyramid head fucking guy. They gave me a gun in the room next to him. I know that motherfucker's on outside when I go out when I leave this room. Like, nope, he ain't.
I've been seeing a bunch of like I haven't gotten to Pyramid Head yet, but I've seen a bunch of like not necessarily articles, but people on Twitter posting about and like I guess you can see like the marks in the wall where Pyramid Head's like where because during the game you can hear him
Yeah.
cutting or going through certain areas, and whenever you get to him, like you can see like all the shit that he's done. It's like, oh, that's really cool, really fucking cool.
Dude, the sound design is fucking incredible.
The sound design's crazy.
I can't handle it, dude. I turn that radio off. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, and I guess well, so have you gotten to the fucking mannequins yet?
No.
Okay, so like I
Okay.
can't remember if it
This
was
is one
like in the
pyramid.
original game, but the radio doesn't work on the mannequins because they stand still, and so it's like okay, the radio's just doing nothing anyways until they start moving. Then it's going wild. Everything's going wild.
David,
So that was actually a question I had real quick. Is a lot of what I've been seeing from gameplay footage. I haven't listened to people's opinions. I've just been watching footage. Is it definitely seems a lot more combat heavy? Is it actually as combat heavy as it looks? Like it almost feels like it's teetering into Resident Evil territory.
no, you can. I avoid the fuck out of almost everything I could.
Okay, so maybe it's just the people I've been watching
People
their
are playing
content
it
for
like
just
Resident
been
Evil.
bad at it. Okay.
Yeah, there's only a few times where you're like cornered into a fight, and it's mostly in like the apartments and shit.
Which happened. That's the point, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of like the set piece for it.
But-
and even then, it's like you shoot him in the leg and whack him with the plank. And I mean,
Okay.
that's all. It's not like you're looking for headshots or because I found that was the meta right there. Because I was like, I wonder if I can shoot him in the legs, and it staggers him, and you just run up and knock him over, and you stomp on him.
That's the Resident Evil 4 they call that. Yeah, I think what might be happening too, David. I don't know if you've seen those videos. Maybe is it that they're not turning off the radio?
Yes, that's 100% what's going on.
Yeah, the second I heard the first static, I'm like, cool, off. I'm good. No one's bothering me up here. David, we just talked about this detail that Blooper added in that may sell you on this game. Did you hear about the car at the beginning?
That you can break into to get the shit?
No. So you know the stuff with Silent Hill 2 or the OG where Kels, explain that better. You're gonna explain it better than I am.
Well, I'm probably not the professional, but I guess there was a fan theory or kind of implication that there was a body in the trunk of the car.
Yeah, the car that you arrive into the town with. There was
Yeah.
a theory that that's where Mary actually was in.
Well, in
Guess
this
what you can
game-
find in the remake if you look at the back of the car at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it looks like it appears that there's a body covered with a blanket in the back seat, like laying in the back seat.
Fascinating.
That I fucking love that they put the Comic Sans Silent Hill Ranch sign in the barn still.
Those bastards! I love that they're cheeky enough.
That
to be
you
like,
can tell that
we had nothing to do with that, but we're gonna still poke fun at.
you know what's fun is that they feel like fans made this game. You know, like this feels like one of those like very, we always hear about like, oh, we got a bunch of people that are into the series. It's like, no, it felt like this was really crafted, and we're so early in, but like it's just so incredibly promising so far. And I've not heard anyone naysay like, oh, it drops off at the end. Like I've heard just progressively good things about it, so I'm pretty confident that's gonna go through this way. It's so just lovely made. Like it's like they really cared about it.
Yeah, it's wild because listening to some of the behind the scenes shit that's been coming out about it, it really weirdly feels like a lot of the stuff that's been trying to be made to be changed about the game has been the original developers.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I've found really interesting about it too, and it's kind of cool to see that they're able to kind of influence it or put that spin on it that kind of give the sauce to them. Be like, hey guys, this is kind of what we're thinking. Don't go buy this as like it's the Bible or something.
Which is actually kind of dope, right? Because like
yeah,
as a fan, you're gonna want, because I mean we said that, all right, it's like as the fans, you're like, we're like, don't fucking touch it, but like the developers, they still kind of cooked where they're like, you know what, yeah, like this is what we wanted to do this, and they're like, all right, and then it just fucking worked.
Yeah, everything I've seen about it is from what I've seen, it definitely looks like there's obviously some additions to pad out the pacing, but a lot of it seems like it's there to also explain to modern gaming audiences how some of this shit's supposed to work. So I kind of don't mind it.
I feel like a
So
lot of
I
developers-
am at a point now where I think I am gonna buy the game.
I think support the
Um,
fuck out of this, because this is something that's actually worthwhile, and something that we need to like,
yes.
hey Konami, fuck the other Silent Hill things you're doing, do this, let Bloober have fun with
Yeah,
the fucking
it-
franchise right now.
See, I'm kind of the opposite. I'm in the position like, oh, this is what Konami's doing now. This is like their kind of return to not necessarily a fresh IP, but something that's not a port. It's not like the Metal Gear Solid collection. So for me, I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh shit, Metal Gear Solid Delta is going to be coming out soon. If this
No,
is,
it's definitely not soon.
well, when like
In the foreseeable future-ish.
yeah, in the
Yeah.
foreseeable future. So if this is what they're able to cook and kind of like oversee with Bloober, like I can, my mind's just like, oh shit, what the fuck's gonna happen with Metal Gear Solid now?
I don't think Konami has much hand of it. I feel like
I don't think so either, but for them to I feel
okay
like
it.
they've okayed it. They put these studios in the position to succeed, and from what we've seen, is already
You
like an A+ from
it does worry though, because wasn't Silent Hill 2 done for a long time? They were saying like, I remember, because everyone's like, where's Silent Hill 2 at? And Bloober had to come out and be like, we don't know. Like Konami will say whatever they want whenever they want
that
to.
was also
Yeah.
weird about it because also Konami fucked them over in the marketing too.
Dude, like
Yeah.
if
None of that was checked off by
and
Bloober.
that's the thing that does worry me, because it's like, I don't know if Konami understands. Like
Mhm.
if you
Maybe it was
had
just
this
Bloober succeeding here.
right, if this was a heater that you had just sitting here and you're not advertising the fuck out of this, what the fuck, dude? Because this is popping off. Like it's not.
I'm genuinely.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
you
you're
go
good.
ahead.
Go. You're good.
I was gonna say I genuinely think Konami's gotten to a point that they've been out of the video game market themselves for so long. I don't think they really understand it anymore.
No, and what I
Yeah.
think is happening is they just like threw Silent Hill to just whoever wanted it in those teams, and that's why you had Ascension be trash. The one that one they had to like re-clarify that's still coming out, still whatever's happening with it.
Yeah, the kind of more indie style one.
I think we just happened to get really lucky that Bloober picked up Silent Hill 2, because you can tell they are fans of that. Like they're crafting it so well. And David, whenever you get this game, headphones on, because like
Yeah.
holy shit, the sound design is also fucking incredible.
So from what I've heard is I didn't realize it, but in the original, there's certain areas where you have a chance to hit certain sounds and certain like random actions.
Yes.
So I guess they've included that in this game, but more frequently.
Are you gonna play
Like
the OG
they're-
after this?
I think it'd be fun to go back and kind of
Do the reverse?
like especially if it's quick, if it's gonna be quicker.
It can be quick, but I would recommend specifically either doing the Xbox version or the greatest hits version of the PS2, because then you get the extra Maria content.
So
Gotcha.
there's a lot of, and I would love for you to do that because David likes to shout him out all the time. But Stop Skeletons from Fighting did a really good breakdown video of it. But there's a lot
He
of
did.
amazing videos on that. One of my favorite moments that everyone likes to point out was like this part in this like, I think it's the hospital, it could be, or something in the bathroom. You're in a
Yes.
bathroom. It's not really spoilers, but you're in a bathroom at some point. You walk over, and the developers were like so fucking zoned in on this, where it's like the way you walk and the way the screen follows you just allows enough to happen off screen and trigger other moments to like really rattle the player. Like it's really mindful in the way they play with that. Which again, that's stuff that why I was very like cautious going into it, was like that's a whole thing you have to redefine in a whole different like 3D plane. You have to like, are you gonna like rip off that 100%, do exactly the same, or are you gonna do your own thing? So like I've been always cautious with it, but Bluebird always had like, was always on the cusp of like greatness. I feel like I'm like, you guys are like right there on like something cool, but just never quite pans out.
I'm cautiously optimistic and excited to get to the hospital area in this game, just because I feel like that's like the least we've seen of the game so far,
Yeah,
like from promos, advertising stuff. And so I feel like either that's being like kept out of it for a reason, or maybe they cooked really hard there, or maybe it's soft there. I'm just excited to see how it plays.
You know what I would love to see?
titties.
Hell yeah. No.
There's plenty of them in the game.
Sure. No, the thing I would like to see is, because that whole generation just cooked different when it came to survival horror. The PS2, Xbox, GameCube era was just wild. Based on what I've seen of this and what I know of their other titles, I'd almost want them to try their hand at Eternal Darkness.
I think I feel like
Doing a modernized version of that.
Nintendo might be dipping their toes in that and revisiting that realm just little by little. Which, by the way, I didn't mention this, but because it happened, is I'm one of the lucky 10,000 that got into that Nintendo
Nice.
whatever it
That
is.
you won't be able to talk about, wink wink.
I can't say anything. I'm wondering what it is. I feel like it's gonna be a GameCube streaming thing, probably.
There's no way it's not GameCube at this point, especially with Switch 2 around the corner. I suspect that they probably prototyped some of the stuff on Switch 1, and then a lot of it will basically be like, launch Switch 2, here's GameCube shit.
Yeah, and it's a play test too, which is weird. So I imagine it's gonna be a GameCube streaming type thing, maybe.
Which we'll also be talking more about the Switch 2 when we talk about the Pokemon shit.
Right.
Is Game Boy Advanced on Switch yet? On
Yeah.
Switch Online?
Yes.
Or okay, couldn't remember.
Pretty much
Yeah.
everything's locked in and good to go now. It's just GameCube's next.
Mhm.
So yeah, going back to it, it's so well crafted. Everything about it is just really well done. I think and the thing I've harped on the most is gameplay. Right, I don't want to like have fun with it.
There is one. That's fair. We've talked a lot about the fact that the game shouldn't be fun to play. But I will say that it actually does bring one thing that I'm still concerned by, at least from the gameplay footage I've seen, is there are some cutscenes that, at least in this remake, I don't feel hit as hard.
I mean,
And I don't know if you just haven't
from what
dropped
I've
them yet,
seen,
or-
from what I've seen, the voice acting does have that weird eeriness, or it's like, yeah, they don't feel right, but it's not to the degree that the PS2 Xbox versions had.
It's not even the voice acting, it's more the, like, weirdly enough, the facial rigging. Like I saw footage of when James encounters Pyramid Head, and there's that very uncomfortable allegory scene of Pyramid Head assaulting some of the
I haven't got to
nurse
that. I'm
mannequins.
I'm very close to that part. So next week I'll
Gotcha.
let you know.
So I'll stop there, but I have seen what that scene looks like, and comparing it against the original for me, I'm like,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also we're expecting it now, though, right? I think that might be a little bit of the thing too, is that maybe it could be just like the shock value of seeing it for the first time, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
no, it's not even that. Because like when I revisited it for the podcast, it still was like just this weird, uncomfortable, unsettling, brutal scene to a degree. But the way that the facial rigging looks, weirdly, despite the fact that they're using facial capturing technology, looks like there's less emotion in the scene than in the original PS2 version.
There could be. I won't say you're wrong on that because I can see where
I'm gonna stop
what
there
I'm gonna
because
tell
I
you
want to
though.
wait till you see it yourself.
What I'm gonna
but-
say though, David, is this is 100%. You need to buy this, and we need to have a spoiler cast on it. I think this is a game to support. I think Bloober Team deserves recognition for doing their thing, and I think this is one of the most. I can't say it from my position, but I feel like if I was in their shoes, this would be one of the most very very uncertain remakes. You know, like there's probably a lot of pressure on you to do this well. And I feel like they did it, dude. And that's even the cautious optimistic in me is still like, damn, I'm actively impressed. Going back to it, yeah, like the gameplay, right? But like I found myself not necessarily. I'm avoiding combat. Like I'm like, fuck, if I can avoid the combat, I'm gonna avoid the combat. But like it's there's so much dread in this game, dude. Like every fucking thing you're just like dreading. Like, all right, here it is, or you hear that noise coming off and you're like, fuck, here's another one I gotta kind of scoot around. Like it's just dreading so much, and I love it. I think that's just it nailed it.
You know, the weird thing too is like most other studios that whenever they do something like this and it's like, oh yeah, now they're doing the next one. Most other studios would be like, ah, that kind of sucks because now they're going to be like the Silent Hill remake studio. But for Bloober, I feel like it's probably good for them because like we were talking about, a lot of their problems come from like not necessarily uninteresting IP, but maybe not fully fleshed out IP. I feel like if they're able to take someone else's drawing essentially and trace over it, they're gonna be able to learn quite a bit from it.
I think at this point, let them cook with the next 3 Silent Hills, and then
If they can knock out the trilogy remakes and go their own way, I think that'd be great for them.
I think would be fantastic. Let them knock out the remakes, go back and do another IP, and then maybe at that point you guys get out the next Silent Hill at that point, right? Maybe you guys get like proper Silent Hill.
That's the one thing I don't want, honestly, based on my experience with their stuff. I don't want them to ever do their own original shit.
I want them to do it after they're done with this series, though, because again, I think I feel like it's solid. It's solid, helping them refine something that they haven't quite got. If you put them in the shoes of Silent Hill, because it's obviously they understand it. It's just a matter of they haven't quite found that spot. We're all about David. Don't tell me you're not about original IP. Don't tell me you're about the same.
No, here's the thing. Here's the problem though, is knowing what I know of Median and knowing what I know of their other work, they appreciate Silent Hill. And when they are trying to stick to what Silent Hill originally is, they can do it. I don't think they actually understand to do their own version of it
yet. Like I said, I really want to give them the benefit of the like. If you guys happen to nail these things, which again, not just any studio could do that. I feel like a lot of studios would have fumbled this pretty hard. But the fact you're able to do that, I think you deserve to just like try it. Now that you've worked with some of the like most solid psychological horror games out there, now see if that refined you enough to make something. You know, it's like working like as a. It's like anything where you have to work as an underling almost, right? And then when you finally get the chance because you've experienced it so much, like, all right, maybe I could finally flesh out and do this own thing now.
How many times have we talked about where it's like, you know what, this is a person that they're creative and interesting, but goddamn, they always need someone to rein them in. And I feel like that's kind of this team. I feel like they need a grounded source to rein them in.
Like I said, if they're able to do these remakes, I want to see them try it. I just want to
Yeah,
see them try it.
I'd let him swing it.
I would love to see it because even if it fails, okay, they're a solid remake team. But like, I would love to see what they try because I've always been interested in their stuff, regardless of win or lose. I've always appreciated they've been coming out with new ideas, regardless.
Are the named ones? Are any of them considered 5? Is there like a solid 5 number?
Isn't F supposed to be 5 proper now, David?
I think Forte is supposed to be a proper 5, but technically I think it was Shattered Dreams or whatever the fuck it was called was 5.
Was it like considered 5 or was it considered like something else?
The problem is that all the ones after 4 were non-Japanese developed.
Right, so I wouldn't consider not
But also 4 was the last one that Team Silent proper worked on, period. So even any Japanese developed ones wouldn't probably technically be considered 5. Forte is the closest one because it's like the most in-house Japanese developed one that they've had in a long time.
I guess,
and also
there's room for someone to swoop in and do a 5 in the future.
Yes, and also if there is someone I trust to do Silent Hill, it is Ryukishi. That is someone that, as a writer, I do trust them to be able to get Silent Hill correctly. My only concern is we still have seen fuck all of Forte up to this point.
It's a concern, but I'm let's again cautious optimistic. Let's just hope it's Konami being fucking weird about it and just not showing off something that's fucking crisp and clean like this, dude.
That's true, because honestly, it could just be that they were expecting so much for that fucking
Ascension.
weird fucking ARGY type one to kick off that went horribly that they are just so like timid about it now. But it just also is annoying for me as someone that enjoys Ryukishi's work to be like, okay, but look, Sakonia sitting right there, and we've been waiting for you to finish this fucking game to get the second part of Sakonia out. Can you? When is this done so we can have it, please? Thank you.
But yeah, I think we'll have more to talk about next week. But at least the last thing I'm gonna say, unless you want to say something else, Kels, is I think this is deserving of a buy. Support the fuck out of this because this is let them know this is what we need. This is fuck everything else. This right here is quality. So like purchase that, please. Don't.
Yeah, but why isn't the woman that's a survivor of sexual assault more fuckable looking?
I don't want this to fall into it.
That every day.
I don't want to. I don't want it to. I'm really, and I'm hoping it's just EA being EA, but I really hope this doesn't fall into a Dead Space situation where it's like, we know it did well, but not well enough for them to do
fuck
2.
you're not getting 2.
Right, but I'm like, please, everyone, buy the fuck out of this because I want more. I want Bloober to fucking make a whole ass like put all 4 of them out there, fix them all up, make them look all nice and pretty. Bam, we're good. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool that we're living in a generation to where like we have Dead Space, we have Silent Hill 2, we have Resident Evil 4, like some of the big granddaddies.
If Dead
like,
Space, if EA shut the fuck up and just like said we should have advertised it better, here's Dead Space 2, we'd be, dude, horror fans would be eating fucking like kings right now, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, and all on like the freshest consoles. Like we'd have it like all like on one place, top of the line.
Like really, the only other like from that era horror series we're missing at this point is Fatal Frame.
Dino Crisis.
Dino Crisis never left PS1.
Also,
Also, shout out to the weird cuckery of Capcom, where you can't purchase Dino Crisis 1. You can only get it through the PlayStation Plus, even if you already had it on PS3. You cannot play Dino Crisis if you purchase it on your PS3.
This is like your worst nightmare of video games. It's like everything you hated.
This is why digital is bullshit, and we'll talk more about that later because that's also had some fun ramifications this past week.
So I have a very hungry cat, so I'm gonna go feed them. Kels, you want to talk Metaphor?
Yeah, so outside Silent Hill, I've been playing Metaphor.
Hell yeah!
I'm like 10 to 12 hours into the game now.
So you're like in the tutorial area still. Got it.
Right. I'm thinking I'm just breaking out of the tutorial area because it's like, okay, here's the map and we're going on an adventure. Bye. And yeah, so I posted in the chat earlier because Adrian's like, okay, everyone ready? I'm like, dude, I'm stuck in like a long story. Like everyone's talking, cutscenes are going by. Oh shit, here's a battle. Let me finish the battle. Okay, talk, talk, talk. One of those like cycles, like the typical Persona. I guess it's probably
Yeah.
Mega 10 games, whatever. Uh, and then I finally got to my pause and I checked, and it had literally been an hour between like my last area where I could pause and that point. So it's like,
Ooh, so
yeah,
that
this
sounds like proper Mega 10 then. Ooh, okay.
yeah, because like you'll get so in this one, whenever you travel to certain places, like you'll have to take stops in between, and that consists of like your day because there's still the calendar system. And
Which I got mixed feelings on. I think that's the weakest part of the Persona series, but
yeah, and from what I've read, they've made it to where you can wedge everything in here, but I mean, I guess I'll see in like 80 hours or whatever the fuck.
yeah,
Um,
I've seen a lot of people on GameFAQs talk about like this is one of the only times you don't need a guide because as long as you're always interacting with your party every day on some level,
mhm.
it's impossible to miss anything.
Right, and like the map on here is like super like whenever you pull it up, you can pretty much teleport to wherever you need to within the certain region you're at, and it shows like, oh, this is where this character is, and this is like the exact action that like if you talk to him, it'll raise this stat, or because there's like I think it's 5 prong stats. It's like your different whatever it was in Persona, like intelligence,
Yeah.
social standings, whatever the fuck, I can't remember. But it's the same sort of process here. But the map will show you directly, like, oh, if you talk to this person, this is what they're trying to do. This is what the stat boost you'll get out of it. So
Okay.
it's a lot of not wasting your time, and there's a lot of respect for your time, I feel like, which I really enjoy with these
I
games
mean, I
because I
did
feel like that
see if
wasn't
you
there.
poop on Sundays, you get like double XP from the poop. So
I need to check that out next time. But yeah, no,
I,
this game.
I don't remember if that's the exact thing, but I did see on Twitter someone fucking make a comment of like, if you poop on this exact time every time, you get like double XP.
I did find there was a certain day on the calendar where all the shops have like a discount. So I'm like, oh fuck, I should have been shopping on this day. What the hell? But yeah, so far the game's really cool. I really enjoy like how the game is like slowly unfolding because like one because you kind of start off in like the big capital city and then it's like okay you're off on an adventure, and it really does kind of like hit those same vibes that you get from like Final Fantasy 7, especially like maybe the older game, because it's like
Hmm. So
yeah
like
you
the second you leave Midgar, that's like, here's the fucking world, asshole.
exactly that's exact almost exactly how it feels. It's like you're out and then it kind of whenever you leave the capital it's almost like a race situation. It's kind of like a cannonball run slash like gumball run type situation. You're all there's a bunch of people taking off on the land run, and you're fighting in between conflict in between, and you're all headed towards a set destination for like the first leg of the race. Because I think it's been in all the promotional material. It's pretty much like a competition to see who's going to become the next king.
Yeah.
And so it essentially starts off as like a big race, and it's really interesting to see like how that all that plays. But I think I mentioned it before too. This is it feels like it's Persona Race War. So it's really interesting to see like how they're tackling a lot of these current issues, because a lot of it does feel a little bit on the nose, and then like you get to that you'll talk to one of your party members that it like affects like directly, and you're like, oh okay, there's a lot more to this. They're going deep with it. They're really trying to tug at your heartstrings here. uh yeah, I don't know,
All
like
right.
yeah, I really don't know how else to wax poetic about like so Persona 5 is the only game in the series I played so far, and beat that I think it was this year. So far, this one's higher up on my list from it. A lot of fun, really cool.
Eh, all right, that's interesting. I've been a longtime Mega 10 fan for ages. And I will say that of modern Persona, because there definitely is a massive difference between the way like the original Persona trilogy plays and 3
For
onward
sure.
plays. I will say that I honestly think that 5 is the best of modern Persona. Um,
I think
so
this takes a lot of what I like from other like JRPGs and pulls it into the formula that they have established now with modern Persona that I like. So like
yeah,
this
because one of
one,
the things I saw is that like you actually change job classes and stuff like tactics and whatnot.
exactly. That's what I was about to hit because instead of like a persona, and they take out all the creature collecting, it's a job system. And so, in each job you acquire by forming your different bonds with the different characters in game. So it's either your party members, random important NPCs that you find in the world. Um, and I guess there's some jobs that you'll just not find, like they might be a rare job. And I think there's like 18 or 20 different jobs, and then each
Yeah,
one
there's a
has like,
fuck ton of them.
yeah, there's a fuck ton, and then each job has like two or three branching like jobs off of it. So there's
Yeah,
like
because
not only,
I was scrolling through GameFAQs a little bit, and I saw that I guess there's also a method of like sharing XP from your party members where you can just like defer XP gain and just reroute it back to your main character, which is, I guess is kind of neat.
yeah, so you can, so the job system's cool too because like you can go through level up one of your jobs, and then whenever you start working on your next one, like so that other job that you have fully leveled, you can I think it's called skill inheritance, you can pull some of
Hmm.
those skills over onto your new job. So if you go, so I started off with the mage job, and I've been leveling that up just so I can take those spells and pull them over onto like a warrior class or something like that, and it's going to go based off of my stats. And I've been specking into mage or magic, so I'll be able to have like all my different elemental abilities, blah blah blah, as the main character, so I can inflict whatever penalties I need to, or hit whatever resistances are coming up. Because the battle system at its core is essentially what Persona 5's is, except they add in a little bit more. Um, they add in like on the battlefield itself, you can move forward or move back. Like you can move
Oh,
back out
okay.
of, yeah, so you can become more ranged, and like physical attacks do less to you. And there's certain like AoE attacks that you'll dodge if you move forward or back.
Oh, it's like older Mega 10 then. Okay.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that was there. But yeah, it's essentially you can dodge attacks, and you can also reduce effectiveness of attacks. Like if you're closer, your physical attacks will do more and theirs will do more. But if you're further, they'll do less type shit. Um, that's pretty much the main difference. Besides that, and there's no fucking guns. Like you're not popping caps in anyone. Because everything else,
There's no
like
weakness to gun going around.
right, yeah, you weak to lead, bitch. Let's check.
No, like that's fascinating because so it sounds like you're not too familiar with older Mega 10. So that was
Yeah.
kind of one of the things with the SNES to like very early PS1 games. That was kind of neat is they had a row system to them.
Oh
And
yeah.
so like your front line was meant to be like your main, like we're gonna take all the damage and we're gonna actually tank fights. And then your back line was meant to be either your ranged and or magic attackers or
Mhm.
buffers. And it added a fascinating layer of combat strategy to it. So it's interesting to see that come back because from what I've seen a metaphor, it looks like it's a four-party setup, right?
I think I haven't gotten to my fourth party member yet. So going off of the row system, so one of your early party members, you get your third. Her name's Hulkenberg, and she's kind of like the tank of the group. She's a knight,
Yeah, that's the elf girl, right?
correct? Yeah,
Yeah.
with the red hair, and
Hell yeah.
yeah, no, she's
A lot of good fan art for her going around.
and it's so good too because she's like the tough, hard ass type. But then like you get some characterization where I just got to, and it's like, I see you, Hulkenberg. You one of the girlies for real. uh, yeah, there's like, okay, so there's an equivalent of like a Taylor Swift type, and uh,
Okay.
and Hulkenberg is like a huge fan of her, and it's very cute and adorable. It's hilarious. Um, but her whole thing is like her archetype. Her job is the knight, and it's a lot about tanking and drawing aggro. So like you can put her at the front of the row, and one of her main like spells that she gets at the start is essentially draws aggro for 1 turn. So you can
Oh,
just pop
interesting.
that, everyone will attack her. She and that archetype inherently gives her increased defense. So she'll just tank the shot and then everyone else can just pile on for the next attack. So there is a little bit more strategy there. And it sounds like that's probably something that was there in previous Megaton games.
Kind of. I unfortunately have to pee. I was hoping to buy time until Adrian came back. But talk a little bit more about the
Yeah.
game. I've looked into a bit of it, like I said, from GameFAQs. So I'm kind of curious, just to give you a talking point while you're kind of going, what has been like the team building aspect been looking like for you with the multiple jobs that you can do?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a really good one. So up until here recently, I've been really going at this game with like a round peg to a square hole sort of mind frame about it. And I don't know if that's because I'm just a fucking buffoon or what, because my brain was like, oh, I make big damage, I attack, I go boom. Um, and there are very frequent parts of this game where you just can't do that. Like it's just the game will punish you and make you feel like a fucking idiot for doing that. Um, like there's a whole dungeon that you come to, and before you go in the dungeon, you get told like explicitly, like, hey, if you go in here with maces and staffs, these little goblins in here will get pissed. Like they hate maces and staffs. So you might not want to be a mage or a I think it's the healer, the cleric. And so you can change your jobs. You can change your jobs of your team so you don't cause an enrage on these goblins. My ass went in there with a healer and completely disregarded that because I'm like, yeah, whatever. That doesn't mean anything. That's just flavor text. And lo and behold, that's not flavor text. Yeah, so I was just kind of explaining it. Um, so there's, I forget what your question was, but I was going off on a tangent about how.
Just kind of like what the team building has looked like so far, knowing that you can like customize the jobs of everyone.
Yeah, so okay, that's perfect. Yeah, so one of these so there's a side dungeon that you get from a quest and it's like, "Hey, there's a beast here. It's kidnapping people. We need you to go take care of it." But we've heard that this dude, he gets pissed off at maces and staffs. So don't go in there with a mace or a staff. And whenever you get there, everyone's like, "Hey dude, this is where that beast is. There's goblins in there too. Those goblins, they don't like maces or staves, so don't have maces and staves." And so my ass went in there with one of my with Hulkenberg. I swapped her to healer because one of the quests was specifically from your Igor character. He's like, get your healer to level 10 for a quest, blah blah blah. So I was trying to level it. So I go in there with Hulkenberg on healer, and she has a mace. And so you haven't. So another cool thing about the combat here is like whenever you're doing, was it mementos in Persona 5? You
Yeah.
know, there's certain I think it's once you get to a certain level or whatever, you can just fucking hit the enemies without engaging combat, and you can just kind of insta hit them, one hit them, and get the XP off of it, right? In Metaphor, you can kind of do the same. So there is a form of combat like in the open world before you get to turn-based combat, and
Okay.
a lot of it is you go up and you can initiate combat by hitting X to attack them, and you can get them into a critical state and then engage turn based to where it has them pretty much you get an upper hand on them. Or if you're high enough level, you can just take them out with your attacks that way. um so with the goblins, most of the time I'm able to just take them out and kill them that way, but sometimes they get the jump on me. If they get the jump on you, they go first, and then they see my party member with the mace, and it sends them into an enrage, and they'll pretty much one hit you at the level that I was at.
It's so
And
funny.
so
You
that's
see
a
someone,
sort
you
of
see someone with a weapon, you're like, oh,
that's exactly
you
what
get
it
more
was. Like
pissed.
their eyes went red, and one of them did like an enrage, and it enraged like all four of them, and they all just like started exploding. It was, and
That's like what
so
they
it
tell us
goes
to
to
do with
that.
our kids whenever there's a shooter on campus. They say fight. All right, so if you see a gun, just fucking go crazy mode on them. I
Yeah,
got
fuck
morbid
that.
real quick,
Fuck
but it's
these
true.
kids. Couldn't be a teacher. Couldn't be me. Uh, but yeah, that just kind of goes to the team building aspect. Like with the jobs, each job has like I think each job has like a different weapon or armament associated with it. I only have a few unlocked so far. So like Seeker is the one that your main character starts off as, and that's like his special armament. That's what makes him special. It's kind of like the jack of all trades armament or archetype, and that one uses just like your regular base sword. Your warrior uses like the claymore. The knight uses like a pike, but they all have like their own like specific equipment. So whenever they said don't use maces or staves, that's healers or mage. So it's pretty much, hey, don't take a healer and don't take a mage in here, which I had a healer, so I fucked up in the first place. So it's like one of those things, like it encourages you to play different archetypes, but you can still kind of smash that round peg into the square hole. And that's kind of what I've been doing until I like smartened up and wisened up, like, oh wait, I can play this game a whole lot easier. I don't have to play this game on hard mode, which I feel like the game's already on hard mode. Like I'm playing on the normal difficulty, but it's still been kicking my ass.
Interesting. Okay.
I feel like this game is a lot more focused on like not letting you finish dungeons in one day as well. Like it tries to force you into the position of you're out of MP, you gotta get the fuck out of here. This stuff will beat the fuck out of you. Because everything that you do is pretty much based on MP besides your just regular melee. Because you don't have a gun this time. So it's like you're just smacking them. And so once you run out of MP, it's like, yeah, you have to leave the dungeon for the day, go back, go to sleep, and that's almost legit the only way that you can restore MP. There are a few items, but they're like few and far in between. They're either drops or there's a very limited amount of them sold at the shop. So it's one of those, I feel like that, I don't know if they artificially increased the difficulty, but they definitely increased the difficulty in like several ways with this game. I feel like you will have your ass beat, but also
All right, I'm
combat, there's
excited.
an easy way to restart the combat. Like if you click a button, it'll just reboot it to the start of the fight. There's no load in. You don't have to do a game over screen. It's
Oh,
really simple, really nice. Because sometimes you'll be in the middle of a fight, used all your items, but you figure out like the key to the fight, and you're like, oh shit, restart, and you can just knock it out quick and simple. So a lot of really cool quality of life shit. Fun game. I'm really liking it. Can't wait to see what happens in the next 80 hours.
I'm interested, especially where Persona 5 base was not hard, and then going into Royal after base was like, oh, okay, I know like 80% of this game until one particular boss fight. And I was like, oh, fuck, they're not fucking around anymore. So it's curious to see that there's a lot more creativity to the fight. So I'm excited for that. No, Metaphor I'm excited for. I probably won't get to it until at minimum after Extra Life. But there is also sadly a possibility I don't get into it until maybe next year, early next year. Just there's been too many fucking RPGs. There's been too many massive RPGs. Like I'm still sitting here looking like fucking I really want to go through Star Ocean the Second Story remake.
Honestly,
that was one of my
right now, I think with your balancing of games, Silent Hill 2 might fit perfectly in there right now.
Isn't that still like 18 hours for the remake?
Compared to 100 hours, though.
I mean, compared to 100 hours, sure.
But I think if you're hitting an RPG overload, it's probably a really good palate cleanser for you. And
see, and like I was doing the same exact thing Adrian said he was doing. I'm playing Silent Hill at night, and like during the day, I'll play like Metaphor or Game with the Boys, whatever. But I try to hit up Silent Hill at the night, headphones on, lights off.
I'm like, I really want to play it during like just I want to play more of it, but just it hits so hard at night, dude.
Yeah, there's definitely a different like ambiance and everything to it.
Anything else you're playing?
Nope, that's been it. Been playing those two games, taking up all my time other than TCGs.
Speaking of TCGs, I picked up this game called TCG Card Shop Simulator.
Oh yeah, that's in that collection I got a while back that I talked about.
It has the Pokemon mod for it, the Pokemon. I saw Moist Critical playing it, and I was like, I looked at it and I was like, yeah, that's the game I need right now. Like there, no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm like, all right, right now, I need that game.
The Akapura collection, that's it.
The what?
The Akapura collection on
Mhm.
Super Rare Games. I think they still have like 2 to 5% stock if you want that physical.
No, I had to stop after the second one because they have like 5 now, don't they?
There's 3 games on the Akapura collection. There's that one and then 2 others that I didn't give a
I
fuck
don't know.
about,
I
but I
have 2 of them.
cared about that.
Anyway, I put 47 hours in this game in the last week.
Holy shit, hell yeah.
I've been straight addicted to it. But I was telling Kels because as we were waiting for David, I kind of had it playing. I think I've finally hit that point now because it's like when I was like, I just really want to play Card Shop Simulator. That's all I want to do right now. Zone out and just play some of that. I've hit a point now, I think, where I'm not at end game, but I feel pretty at end game right now with just how because it's early access, so there's a lot of stuff on the roadmap. Yeah, I've hit that end game thing where I just unlocked the final pack. I'll probably open up a handful more packs and just probably set it off until a couple updates from now, whenever it gets substantial updates that I feel like I could be pretty good about.
That might be my next time filler game after I'm finished Lost Kingdom again.
It's so good, dude. It's so good. It's just that struggle at the beginning, and then you open like it's just funny. You're open like packs, and you're like, oh, that card's worth $20. Fuck yeah, we can pay rent. And but now I'm like so set. I have 5 employees. All I do is I order bulk stock, and I just go outside the shop and I open packs all day.
I'm so glad I never actually opened a card shop.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever talked about this on podcast, but I had an opportunity to do that at one point, like 10 years ago, and I'm so glad I never did. Especially with how much, especially Wizards of the Coast has fucked over local card shops over the years. I'm so glad I dodged that fucking bullet.
That doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, I was talking about it with my wife before. I was like, you know what? It'd be fun to have like a comic book shop, card shop type of thing, but I feel like it's like one of those. It's completely thankless, and on top of that,
Yep.
there's just no money. It's really hard to make money. There's very little room for margin unless like you're serving food or some shit.
100%. Or you have to be like a non-specialized jack of all trades. Like here in Maine, at least, there's Gamebox is one of the most still active ones, but they're a card shop, a comic book shop, and a video game shop.
Yeah.
So they just basically and they sell a lot of like novelty statues, and they do like phone repair. So they basically do like fucking everything just to stay afloat. But I have a lot of respect for them in particular. Not to bring the tone of the podcast down, but like when we first found out my niece had fucking cancer, they were one of the first ones to step up and be like, no, we'll sell like hoodies in support of your fucking niece to fucking help you all raise money for that. So that was fucking cool of them. So if anyone ever comes to Maine and is looking for games or cards or any shit like that, I do recommend Gamebox and Topsum. Genuinely good fucking people. I've dealt with them for years. But that's kind of what you have to do here. There's them. There's, I think, Dirigo Hobbies is still around. But they've had to move locations like almost like every other year to stay afloat. And JNR Cards, which is where I got my start with competitive TCGs, same situation with them, as they've had to move around a lot in order to be able to afford staying afloat. And yeah, it's wild that living in a state where basically people are forced into certain stores because there's not much competition and still struggling, even being one of the only like big options around, is fucking wild.
Plus, you gotta chase them around with those stinky sprays, dude.
I mean, or just get into fistfights over racism like I do.
What if the person? Okay, so what if the racist smelled good, but the non-racist was really horrendously smelling?
Oh no.
Cross that bridge when we get there.
But, well, if I ever get back into competitive TCGs again, and if I ever have another moment where a fucking Royal Rebel breaks out in the basement of a card shop again, I'll fucking let you know, I guess.
Fair.
Shout out to being fucking 12 years old and at a Yu-Gi-Oh competitive tournament and getting to a fucking Royal Rumble.
So anyway, Card Shop Simulator, incredible game. Love it.
Hell
Play it.
yeah. I genuinely excited to hear someone I actually trust the opinion of be soaked into that.
Yeah. I wanted to see if they have the Yu-Gi-Oh mod for it. I've heard they have a Yu-Gi-Oh mod, but the Pokemon was the one that's like like far and away the one that everyone loves most. So it's been fun. His like very much over the span of the 47 hours I played that game has made me want to start buying Pokemon cards, but gotta
Man, I
halt.
I want to get. I am
You know, the crazy
always
part is
like.
you say that, but Nintendo will still try to find a way to like DMCA that shit. Hey, I want to buy Pokemon cards now. No, get rid of it.
But also, like I've talked about this a little bit before. I'm always like one day away from just getting back into TCGs competitively, and I don't ever want to cross that bridge because like the whole reason I got out of it is because of the money aspect. Granted, Magic is one of the worst games to just get into competitively. When I got out, is because they upped the amount that they rotated out cards, and it was getting too expensive to stay competitively engaged with.
On the plus side, they
which-
just announced their Foundation launch. That's I think the next one coming out. It's supposed to be like the base for the competitive, like standard environment. For, like,
So
the
it's
next 8
extended,
years or something.
extended. Got it.
Yeah, because I think they changed it to where like rotation happens 4 years now.
Oh,
happens?
okay. So they turned standard into modern then.
I believe that's what's going on. I know they changed how shit rotates out, and this next set is supposed to. They called it Foundation because it's supposed to be like all the cards that you need to kind of like start off and get a foot into it.
That's fascinating because, like, when I got out of it was at the end of the Scars of Mirrodin block, when everyone voted no, fuck Mirrodin, Phyrexia is gonna destroy the plane, which
Well, yeah, Phyrexia looks sick.
I always love when fucking companies are like, oh, we'll put up to a fan vote what happens here. Whether it's Batman, Magic the Gathering, or whatever, fans are always going to choose the worst option. Why ever bother putting it to a fan vote? No one is going to be like, oh, no, we want the good guys. So no, we want the worst possible thing to happen every goddamn time. So, yeah, shout outs to... Fucking, has Coffee even come back yet? Now that I think about it, I don't think Coffee the Hammer has even fucking come back yet. But anyways, all that to say, when I got out of it was because they were like, okay, now every 2 sets cars rotate out. I was like, fuck that.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's already like $200 to $300 per set that comes out to get most of what you need. Not including like still buying singles on top of that. And now you're going to make it so instead of like every 3 to 4 sets, it's going to be every 2 sets. Fuck off.
No, thank you.
Yeah, and then also all of the secret layers into the other shit where it's like you can play Legacy and sometimes Modern with these cards. Fuck off.
Bro, but my Hatsune Miku deck.
But The Walking Dead. How can I enjoy life if I can't use Negan against Venser?
I talk shit, but I do have a bunch of the Transformers crossover cards that they did, and those are fucking sick.
I'm gonna be honest, like Loki, some of those were actually good fucking cards.
Yeah. The Godzilla Secret Lair, those were really cool too.
Also, the fucking Doctor Who ones. I found out recently, one of my cousins got into Magic the Gathering, and it was almost a fucking awkward thing because there's my family. I grew up in a family of the most repressed fucking nerds. Both my uncles were gamers and comic book fans, but they both were in that like fucking machismo military complex, bro. So both my uncles are like the stereotypical like fucking bro. But they're fucking nerds. They will never admit it, but they're fucking nerds. One of them is the reason I'm into Doctor Who, and into comics and shit. And the other one just doesn't want to admit he's into it. but it's kind of one of those funny things where I was talking to my cousin. And he's like, "Oh, I'm getting into it." And he showed me the doctor. I'm like, "Oh, I've actually seen all these spoilers." And I'm going through like different things. I'm like, "Oh, for my competitive history, these are things you should add to your deck." And it was the most awkward family reunion. So I hadn't seen my cousin and my uncle in like 10-ish years at this point. And then I just have my uncle like, "Oh, fucking nerds. The fact that you understand this." I'm just sitting here like, you just admitted that you just got into Doctor Who yourself and you have a preference of Matt Smith and you're gonna fucking sit here and talk shit. Like, fucking toxic masculinity is a hell of a fucking drug, is all I'm gonna goddamn say.
Right. Yeah, I have family members that are like that too. It's like, you don't want to go look at like your fucking bookcase full of John Wayne movies. You have a fixation too. It's just something else that's just as nerdy.
Yeah.
Brother.
Brother. Speaking of
Maybe
brother,
start your
let's
train
start
collection.
conquering some of the news, unless Adrian has something else he's played that hasn't been conquered here.
Nope. Let's talk news.
News.
All right. So let's start with one of the quicker stories here. Bandai Namco is trying to force out like 200 employees from their company. They've also canceled several projects, some of which even including projects involving Naruto and One Piece games, which, considering how insanely popular One Piece still is wild that they've canceled One Piece games. But also, I talked about this at work today. Can I just say that the Japanese method of getting people to quit is the weirdest fucking thing to an American, at least?
I mean,
Yeah.
Because the Japanese
I
method is like,
I hate to be not understanding of cultures, but it just seems sadistic.
I'm going in the
The
opposite
culture
category.
is sadistic, but yeah,
Fair.
David here.
Yeah, I'm going in the opposite category because, like, the Japanese way of trying to like force people out of the company is like, we're not going to give you any work to do. We're going to isolate you in a room, and we're just going to pay you to do fucking nothing all day.
This is
All
the-
right, bet. Let's see how long you're going to be collect
Yeah,
a paycheck doing
but-
literally nothing all day.
Right, but you know, like their culture, like that shames the
Yes,
fuck out of
their
you.
culture, I understand. It's entirely different. But like, as an American, I mentioned that to all my work colleagues today, and everyone was like, "Fuck it, I get paid nothing to do. I get paid literally to do nothing all goddamn day. Sold. Sign me up. I want to be fired that way. Let's
Yeah.
see how long I can collect a paycheck for literally doing nothing other than being there."
Exactly, and the whole thing is like they want you to quit so that then they're not held on the hook for workers' comp or not workers' comp,
Yeah.
unemployment and shit like that.
Employment benefits and all that. Yeah. Which my ass would be as truculent as possible. All right, again, bet. I will gladly go from doing 10 to 12-hour days a week, especially on fucking patch weeks, to go ahead and do fucking nothing. Let's go. I will gladly sit in that room and just get paid to exist. Let's go.
Yeah, you got me fucked up. I can find entirely too much happiness out of twiddling my thumbs, especially if I'm getting paid. Fuck yeah.
Oh, I still have my phone on me? Perfect. I'm gonna scroll Reddit while I just get paid to do that all fucking day. But yeah, so it's still fucking putting it back into the context of Japan. It's fucked because it is basically the equivalent of like work solitary confinement.
Well, the
And
whole thing is
for
that like it doesn't address a situation; it just kind of like pushes it to the side, and that's
yeah, like Kojima talked about a lot about that because Konami did that to him, and he's
Yep.
like, that was like the most miserable thing. Like I wanted to be creative and do shit, and like I was just left alone to just sit in a room until it was time to go home.
yeah, that's insanity.
Yeah, especially being a creative that wants to do things. That's 100% like I fucking get it. Go after something else, but fuck it. If you're just a day-to-day person,
Yeah, cog in the wheel. Yeah.
if you're a cog on the wheel, fucking get that free tendies, man. I don't like. I can understand wanting to put your passion towards something, but nah, fuck that. If you're especially in Japanese work culture, fucking get the free tendies, man.
Yeah, don't grind yourself to the bone for that shit. Get your money.
Let
no, it's
make
fucked
them
up.
fire you 100%.
100%.
And granted, that's also as a former recruiter slash HR adjacent person, that is always my life advice. Unless you already have a job lined up and you've put in your 2-week notice because your next job starts in 2 weeks, always make them fire you. Never quit, especially if you don't
Never
already
give
have
up.
another job
Never
lined up.
quit.
Yeah, never quit. Like unironically, always make them fire you. If you don't already have another job lined up that you're going to, never be the one to leave the job.
Does the phrase "you can't fire me, I quit" make you cringe?
100% because you're leaving money on the table.
Yeah. It's an ego.
I don't
play.
quit, you fire
don't be
me.
don't have an ego. Yeah.
Don't have an ego because the government will say, oh, I guess you don't need unemployment then. Fuck you.
Yep.
And especially if it's a company with a severance, never fucking quit. Absolutely never quit. Take that free money.
Yeah, that happened to my wife here recently because her position was a salary traveling nurse, and they're like, "Hey, we're cutting this position, so you can either go full time or take the severance." And she already has another job, so she's like, "What should I do?" I was like, "Just take the severance. Fuck that job. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck them."
One thing I wish I had known about when I was fired during the pandemic was, I guess in Maine, they actually also paid for free schooling and certifications if you were fired during the pandemic.
Damn. Okay. Get your
And I'm like,
certs up.
fuck, I could have got my certs up for fucking literally free. Let's go.
But you played so many
But
video
yeah,
games.
so shout out to Bandai Namco.
Oh,
That's
that-
fucking shitty.
I wonder how that's gonna affect Tekken now.
Well, I think it's happening because of Tekken. Tekken has
Yeah.
not been received positively, honestly.
That's kind of crazy that Tekken can kill like a One Piece IP or One Piece property.
I think the review bombing is extremely excessive. I also think though Tekken has made some missteps.
I feel like it has to be cold hard like cash at this point, not necessarily just a review bombing, right? I feel like
Yeah,
they've been
at this
listing
point, it
review
has to
bombing
be
as long
cash.
as
No, I
it's
know, but
going.
I feel like people review bombing because of stuff is excessive.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
I think it's also tying it all together. Because I know a lot of the review bombing is happening because of what they've been doing with like the cash shop and shit. It is still wild and disgusting that after all these years, we still continue to get less at launch for character customization, and especially where a lot of the character customization they've been releasing has been shit from older Tekken games.
Like, bro, just do like you did in the past. Just have the arcade version and then just sell me a new version with everything else later. I'll rebuy the game as long as it's like a fully featured game.
Like, unironically, I hate that I'm defending Capcom of the past, but like their PS3, Xbox 360 gen was genuinely, in retrospect, some of the best ways to do it. Where it's like, okay, here's Street Fighter 4. You know what? Fuck it. Here's Super Street Fighter 4. You have to buy it physically all over
I don't
again.
know if I'd say it's the best way to do things. It was
Well, no,
it was
because
a more
here's the thing.
stable way of doing things though.
It was the best way. The only reason I say it was the best way is because they give you options. Because after Super Street Fighter 4, you can either buy every expansion to it as DLC or rebuy it physically all over again with everything prior bundled up to it.
Sure.
So when Arcade Edition and Ultra and everything else in between came out, those all got physical releases, or you could just keep buying it as DLC.
So it sucks that I know Tekken costs a lot of money to make, but let's be super honest with it. It didn't need to look as good as it did. It didn't need to
Yeah,
go
they can
as
dial it back. Like,
Yeah.
it's only as much as they want it.
Right.
It's only going to cost as much as they want.
They
it to
were
cost,
making a
right?
big deal
Realism
about it,
does
right?
not need to exist in video games.
They were making a big
Just
deal
flat,
about how
full stop.
amazing it looked and stuff, and it was like, yeah, that was cool. But if I knew that the like the inverse was like, oh, I'm gonna spend a lot more money on just stuff. No, fuck it, make it look exactly the same as Tekken 7. I don't give a shit. Just make it look like that. Add something new to it, and call it good. Like, why do we need to keep
Tekken
bloating
7
these
was
games
played
up?
for almost 9 years looking the way it did, and no one really cared.
Yeah.
What's so funny to me is like a lot of the most recent controversy I've seen is about how I guess stages aren't going to be part of like the season pass or
Mhm.
like the battle pass or whatever.
Yeah.
Like because they cost so much to make. And it's so funny to me because like a good portion of the fan base is like, oh, I'd rather play on like a training stage instead, anyways, or like a lab stage
Yeah.
rather than like one of the one of the big fancy like full on particle effect stages, you know.
Yeah, anytime you get into the competitive scene, especially, like, no one really cares about all the fancy, flashy shit.
Yep.
Which in turn,
Well,
because the
the-
pros don't play them, no one else really cares because they don't really see them anyway.
Yeah. So it's this weird self-defeating cycle where the way you're kind of expecting a fighting game to keep its community is through the competitive, because you're expecting like the competitive streamers to pull people in and all that. But if the competitive scene doesn't really engage or give a fuck with that, and I think we saw this especially a lot with like towards the end of like Ultimate Marvel and with Street Fighter V, where the more that the competitive scene grew to mainstream, and even in-game skins weren't allowed to be used on certain fucking streams, it kind of became like what the fuck is the point? Fuck it, just the training stage, and then just either the basic default skin or the one that's not going to get me demonetized.
Not even that. It's just easier to see shit. There's times where
Yeah,
you'll play. Like, I know Street Fighter 4 was mostly played on this training because of just how much shit's going on in the background. You don't want to have all
and
that.
because people could gauge the actual distance of everything.
Yeah. So like, it's cool you get some of that stuff, but we can. I goes back to what we were saying at the beginning of the podcast, where it's like, put yourself in a bubble more and add these barriers to yourself. Oh, we have a budget of this. Cool, then just do that. I literally, people really shouldn't give a shit. The fact that Switch versions exist of a lot of these games shows that, you know.
Well, what's so funny about Tekken specific, going back to the maps thing, is like so many people are like, just give us the infinite maps back. Like, just give
Yeah.
us like a big playing field that we can just fight on. And for some reason, they're like super combative about that. Like, no, we can't do that. Like, why?
Which
Why?
is so weird because, like, competitive, especially in Tekken 7, like, the infinite stages were such an amazing point for so many characters' gameplay strategies.
Yeah, it's so weird to me. But
And
yeah,
I really do think it's partially because, like, they've shifted around the game to be a sport, like a watchable sport.
yeah,
And that's Tekken 8 especially. Like, it's I mean, fighting games in general, but like, it's part of my issue with Tekken 8 as a Tekken fan for a long time, is like so much of it is geared towards comeback mechanics, hyper aggression, and so much that is like, until you reach that upper level where you can kind of get away with whatever you want as a game plan, it so much of it is geared towards a specific way of just looking interesting. It doesn't matter how it actually is. It just has to look interesting, and it kind of takes me out of it. It's the same thing with like, I adore Guilty Gear. I've always been shit at Guilty Gear. I will fucking state that right up. But I've always adored Guilty Gear. But Strive I could never get into because of the ways they try to modernize it, like having the ability to remove the corner as like a strategy tactic by making it so that way the corners can be broken and you shift back to neutral. I fucking hate that. It ruins a lot of what makes Guilty Gear Guilty Gear. I get that modern fans are okay with it because it always adds back to the spectacle of it. It's the same thing like going to Legacy Marvel games, going into Marvel 3. X Factor is a cool, interesting, wild comeback mechanic. The term "Happy Birthday" was coined for a fucking reason, because as much as it sucked to lose 2 characters, if you were coming back in with the right anchor, didn't fucking matter. You did them a goddamn favor to have that anchor be powered up. But it's disheartening for a long-term fighting game fan to see so much of fighting games evolve into the state where a lot of it really relies on just the theatrics of it. That's why Soul Calibur is the most miserable fucking game series for me now. I love Soul Calibur ever since Soul Calibur 5 when they started introducing meter and shit to it. I'm like, absolutely not.
I
Absolutely
liked it
fucking
before
not.
it was called Soul Calibur.
Oh
I
yeah, back when it was Soul Edge.
I think people should look at how Melee is literally like 7 characters in like 5 stages and has been played for 23 years and it's still pretty popping with people, you know, like there's still people like love jumping into there and there's still all that. I think it's like make a solid game with the foundation of it and I think it'll live. But we need to stop going grandiose
Marvel
with
2 still exists to this day. Still has a strong, wild community. And imagine that as soon as Capcom re-released it again on modern platforms, has been revitalized.
anything else on or what's next on this docket? I think we have a lot actually.
We got a lot. I have to pee, unfortunately, again.
What's our next
So
one?
talk
Dave?
about
Whaley-
literally
Whaley-
anything other than
God
Game Freak.
damn it.
'Cause I have a lot to say on Game
I
Freak.
asked him what he wanted.
That boy's ready to get
We can talk
freaky.
about Asmongold. Talk about Asmongold
Oh
and
my
his creepy
God.
fucking rap Dead Rat Alarm Clock.
Yeah, yeah, that fucking cretin.
He's
Have you seen that stuff going on with him?
How he just said my bad for that.
Yeah, for calling Palestinians an inferior culture. He was like, "These people are lower than you. They're an inferior culture." It's like, whoa.
Yeah, dude, I look at his room and I'm
Mask
like, I
off.
don't know, dude. Like I have moments in my life.
Motherfucker has no right to call anyone inferior.
Dude, I admit my place gets pretty messy. It's like that kind
Yeah.
of clothes messy thing though, where it's like I just pile on clothes, and it looks disgusting. But it's another level when it's that with food though. I can't handle the food thing. It's like if someone's done with food, it's like you need to get rid of it. Like even if everything else is a mess, like it just gets gross. And seeing like literally probably like 30, 35 cups just
Dude, it's literal trash.
Also-
like, clothes are stuff that you use to live. You don't use trash to live.
but also like he's rich. Like hire yourself a fucking like housekeeper.
Right. Yeah, how much are you having to pay someone to clean your gingivitis blood off your wall, though?
Dude, I don't understand how and they have like staunch defenders, man. If you go on there and talk shit, like there's some Twitter account that was made within this year with a no profile picture of their own, just ready to like thrash you
Yeah,
for
John, random numbers.
Yeah.
First name, numbers.
it. Yeah, so it's crazy. He's gross. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Who the fuck's watching this guy? Get the fuck out of here.
Honestly.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't know. It was one of those guilty pleasures before, just because it's like, this dude's raging at something. It wasn't like one of those things where like you take his opinion seriously, right? Even now, it's like, okay, well, I feel even more vindicated thinking this dude's a dipshit in the first place.
dude,
I honestly thought it was like a persona thing, like a
like his persona.
yeah, exactly. I thought it was kind of like, oh, this is his streamer persona, and now like
No, it's just him.
yeah, now it's
Where's my
getting to the
headphones?
point where it's like, nope,
Over there.
he's just a little fucking gremlin. I watched that video where they did like the house tour, and it's like, yeah, this dude's just a fucking piece of shit. He's a cretin.
Yeah, what a disgusting fucking freak. I was just talking to my partner about this as I got out of the bathroom that's upstairs.
worst
So
part about it, too,
Asmongold, okay.
The worst part about it too is like I always see like either him or like his defenders online. It's always like, oh well, he lives like this because he's in a depression after his mom died. It's like,
Again, you have the money to afford someone cleaning it. Like that's fine. Like go do that.
He's even himself used that excuse, which is the wildest thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's,
He's
that's
like,
what
oh, I
always
don't
gets me.
care if I'm a piece of shit. I can afford to pay someone to fix up my place, and you're still poor. Like, then fucking do it, you disgusting freak.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not gonna knock anyone because I know there's people that have had those depression bouts and that's fine. And like I said, my house is just as messy a lot of times, but it's the food thing that's grosses me out. It's like you got to
The
get rid
food
of
thing and the
anything like
dead
that.
rat that he used as his alarm clock to wake up in the morning, dog.
So
And
what's
the-
this? Yeah, what's this? I don't understand. I didn't hear about this.
Okay.
part.
So this is the whole. I'm sorry, Kels. Do you mind if I take over for this one?
Yeah, but just real quick, this is why I didn't know if it was like a character, because a lot of this
Until
feels
this?
like bullshit that he's coming up with and like spitting out, and like this story is one of them. It's like, oh, this is just part of his like redneck white trash character. Go for
Yeah.
it.
David.
So this is part of why I want to talk about this. So this guy went on. It is now officially banned for 14 whole days from Twitch.
Doesn't fucking matter.
Uh,
Every time someone gets banned on Twitch, they come back and they get a resurgence boost.
It's his second channel too. It's not his Asmongold channel. It's his Zach Rar channel.
Well, yeah, because that makes the Twitch too much money to just fucking ban him and give him a real punishment.
Yeah.
We see this all. Side tangent. I'm sorry, we do this a lot here, but it's kind of the same thing with like how VTubers have actually gotten like a major fucking hit on Twitch. Now VTubers need to have their models more covered up. Meanwhile, people literally do bikini fucking in hot tub streams and
They
they're
have
fine.
ass cams, bro.
Literally ass cams, but VTubers not. You gotta have all this shit covered up, otherwise you're against the TOS
Look,
because that's
I'm gonna-
ruining children.
I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna be very controversial. But fuck it. I don't understand these kids that like simp over these like girls playing video games like 70% naked. I mean, first off, get your bread. If you're making money off that, I don't give a shit. Go for it.
Yeah, 100%. You know, if you can fucking make the money,
yeah,
go for it.
If the system's open like that, go for it. But I don't get these people that are supporting them. I'm like, if you're that horny, dude, porn is just there.
Yeah.
We
bro,
live in
just
a
go right up.
timeline where literally there. Well, okay, I live in the IT
There's a
world.
hot
I
milf
live.
in your neighborhood, bro.
Yeah, click the
I've seen it
ads.
in the ad.
Ironically, yes, but like
Is there?
truly, we live in such a world of
Okay,
just
can you
immediate
introduce me to her?
accessibility
Can you introduce me to
that
her?
like
David, stop talking. Can you introduce me to this hot milf in your area?
Yeah, dude.
I can
Yeah.
introduce you to many hot milfs in my area.
Oh,
Yes.
sold. I'm so excited.
But no, it's one of those things that like we live in such a
We live in a
porn
society.
saturated society
Ironically.
that like for all the self-hosting lab shit that I do and all the self-hosted IT shit that I do to make my life easier and whatnot, like 20% of it is still driven by porn. Like for all the amazing technology that exists that I utilize in my fucking daily work, 20% of it still came about because someone was like, how can I more easily access my porn? Or how can I more easily organize my porn? And that's where a genuine, unironic, good chunk of it fucking came about. I don't understand.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm not gonna lie. Like my Twitter algorithm's kind of fucked right now because like you give me one cute girl, I'm gonna like the post and just like it just snowballs. But like, I don't.
You make the curse of, fucking putting like on one cosplay. It's like, oh, you want all these titty cosplays? I'm like,
Oh yeah, I guess. Like, I can't open my Twitter at fucking work anymore. But all right. But
I specifically turned it off on my phone to where it doesn't show images. You have to actually click the tweet to see what the picture is.
mine for images in
Okay.
general, but it does
Yeah,
that
well,
for
any media, like video, images.
I
Whatever.
should do that because it
I
does
should
it for
too.
only explicit videos. But I'm like that's definitely some titties.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between like, oh, that girl's cute, that girl's hot. But like the full support is a little boggling to me again. Like I don't. It's
Yeah,
the
here's half my
parasocial.
Twitch Prime.
It's the parasocial. It's the. I don't know. It's like I don't. I'm not gonna knock the girls again. Like, get your bread. That's fine. Do what you gotta do, and if you're making the money, you're making the money. It's not your fault. There's a market for it, right? But like, the amount of money you put into someone's like OnlyFans, it's like, I don't know, man. Like it's that.
Yeah,
It's like all the
I-
time you put to watching this titty streamer play. I'm like, it's just so bizarre to me. Like, you could just go get it out of your system and then go do something else. And like, I don't know. It's just like, it just feels like you're just so hyper fixated on just this.
There is a thin line between like, okay, I have enjoyed enough content of this person that I feel like it is only right I pay money to the content that they create, and like, nah, I'm just gonna give all my spare finances to this person. Like, you could go out and just meet women at places genuinely, and just to generalize, of course, because let's be honest about the demographics that's predominantly doing this. You could go and just go to speed dating things or just go to bars, or there's so many things you could do with that same exact money you're using on the offhand chance that you are the one in a million they notice.
I always said it when I was single. I still stand by it. And honestly, the girlfriend wouldn't give a shit if I did. But because I read up someone that had like the pro tips on how to speed date, and I saved the post because it was so fascinating to me. Because I was like, I feel like I could do well with speed dating. But I looked at this, I'm like, ooh, I would have fucked up in a couple spots. But now that I know the strat,
I know the
no,
meta
the
for speed dating.
optimizations.
yeah, as Dave would say, I know how to min max this to the full
Hell
potential.
yeah.
I'm like, I could probably. She wouldn't give a
You
shit.
learned all the combos.
I just tell the girlfriend, hey, can I just go on a speed dating thing? Because I'm really curious. She'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Who cares? But I mean, not to dive into a whole psychological thing, but like it stems from Tinder, and it stems to creating this whole on the screen thing, right? We've created this superfluous. What's the word? Superfluous. I think I had it close enough. Of you matching with someone via a picture, right?
Yeah.
You are literally. It's so essentially fucking weird to me.
And maybe if you're lucky, a paragraph of text.
Right, but like you are actively saying I will procreate with this person due to a single picture you've seen right there, right? Like it's so fucking weird when you break it down like that. But like we created this world right there where it's like you can only see that it's this brain rot of just so much stimuli, but then like when they go out they can't. And now to be fair, there's a lot of like different. I understand also, and I'm not saying it to an extreme degree, but like. I understand this whole like guys are nervous to approach girls because they don't want to be seen as creepy. I understand that, right? Because it's a lot of things to juggle. It's not like 20 years ago, right, where it's like that was the norm. So like everyone was kind of used to being approached somehow, some way, right? Now it's very much. It's almost weird if you met someone not on a dating website now, right? You know, it's like
100%.
It really is because like even in like public and stuff, like I'm like overly sure to like give like especially women like by themselves, like not in a group or with other people, give them their room, let them do their thing, like make it like I'm not I'm not paying attention. I'm not dealing with
I'm not creepy.
Yeah.
Well,
I promise you,
even when it's like
I don't have any no.
unironically, because like even when it comes to like, because I've talked about this with some friends and my partner before too, like even when it comes to like fucking children, where it's just like being a male on your own, it still even feels creepy because of everything that goes on nowadays. To be like, oh, that's a cute kid. Like you cannot directly engage. You'd be like, that is a wonderful child. You have done a so far decent job raising. Where you see them kind of just playing in the store, and it's like, good fucking job. Or like, oh, that's cute. The way they're playing in the store. Like I actively make it a part of my brain to just disassociate and move on, just because the few times you do engage, you always get that look as a on your own male. I get less of them now that I wear the ring. I think just because of the association, like, oh, you're wearing a ring, you must be married, you must have your own spot.
But also,
like,
you're and not,
motherfuckers.
but not in a mean way. But you're a big dude too, right? Which is like,
I am also a large, like, let's be honest, in every way possible, man.
Penis
Where it's like,
size,
no,
too.
that looks like that's probably a predator in some capacity.
No, that's exactly it. No, that's really what it is too.
Yeah,
because,
Charles,
like,
back, give me up here. Yeah, that's exactly. He does look like a fucking
well,
predator.
no, I'm there with you because like I'm a big guy too. I'm 6'3", 260 pounds. so, I mean,
5'7"
I'm-
crew. Let's go. I'm no
Yeah.
one cares.
Exactly.
I'm
Short
chilling.
king
6'4",
over here doesn't have to-
320.
So I find someone that's 5'2". We're good.
Yeah, so like naturally I'm a bigger dude, and then it can be intimidating, especially for like a smaller woman. So it's just one of those things like keep my distance, you do your thing, not bothering you.
Right, but
And I wear
I
black fairly often, so I probably don't don't give
Yeah,
up the best
black
impression.
hoodies, just like the most like resting. Don't fucking come near me face.
it I think though just creating that distance really fucked up a lot of things though in that where a lot of those guys that follow that I just don't
Yeah, I don't
see them having
understand like
relationships.
why there's a disconnect there. Like people can communicate fine, like within their friend circles or like within like meeting new friends, but whenever it comes to, like women or like the opposite gender, they're so weird about it. Like I don't know. In just my brain, it doesn't really click.
Well, the issue that they have was I've been talking to Neo for like a year and a half now about doing a love advice podcast. Kind of love to jump into this stuff, but like the big fault that they have is that they don't treat the girls like friends because they're afraid of the friend zone. And it's like, brother, you had a 90% chance of getting laid if you treated every people like people like human fucking beings instead of
Yeah.
like, oh, I want to fuck you so
Ironically,
fucking
there's
hard.
like
Chill,
80%
bro.
of that. Just be honest and upfront of what your initial intentions are. If you're just looking for a hookup, it's really not that hard to just look for a hookup. But if you're actually genuinely looking for something that's gonna be more long term than a hookup, then you also need to be honest about what it is you're looking for.
No, so Kels, how long have you been with your partner for?
10 years.
Oh, you're out of this
Hell yeah.
conversation 100%. David, you're also out of this
Man.
conversation. All right, so
What?
as someone that's been in the trenches for a while,
See, that's the thing. We got together like right at the start of dating apps because
Yeah.
we met on a dating app, but it wasn't Tinder. It was like one of the precursors.
Match.com.
No, okay,
eHarmony.
Cupid's where at. You need all those profile
Okay,
essays
Cupid is
you can
fucked
fill
right
out.
now. Okay, Cupid is like
No.
just bot filled right now.
No, it was
That
like a legit
sucks.
app. I forget what it was called. I think it was called like Meow or something like that. It was like one of those like whisper like type things. Like you send the message.
Fucking
and it's just
Bumble.
gone. Yeah.
So, as someone that's been in the trenches a long time, all right, I'm a war veteran of this. I think being super open and honest with what you want is fantastic. I think being good at getting it's never easy, right? But learning how to deal with rejection is a key factor in that because like if you shoot your shot and they let you down, all right, cool. Well, wish them the best of luck and move on. Like it does a lot to help you.
No,
Moving forward.
you need to tell them to fuck off
And they're
point
fat,
out every
and
imperfection.
they're ugly.
And you would choke them with your cock if you
Yeah,
could.
No,
you
you
gotta
ask-
show them who the boss
No,
is.
what you do is you tell them they're beautiful, and then when they say no, you call them fat, ugly, and disgusting. And you would never fuck them ever. So like you were giving them the honor.
And
to
they
do
should be
that.
grateful you even messaged them in the first place.
right. Being open and honest has gone like a lot with that.
And I
I
feel like it's kind of easy with dating apps and something like Tinder. So there's like an implicit message there whenever you're on Tinder. It's like this is the hookup app. It's not the dating app necessarily. So going into a conversation, you know what the gist is here. But if someone like puts in their profile ahead of time, it kind of sets the tone. Meanwhile, other apps I don't feel like are that clear and like what the prerogative is.
weirdly enough, over the years, Tinder like has worked just fine for relationships. I think they all are just
Yeah,
like
you gotta find if you're sexually compatible first.
yeah, there you go. I feel like they're all close enough to the same product that doesn't really matter too much, but they all fall under different categories. Like Bumble's kind of bullshit because like girls I'm so sorry I'm generalizing, but like the majority of women that I've known have been really not great at the first approach option. They've been not, which is funny. Like guys will get knocked for like throwing out a hey, which is very boring. But Bumble, the gimmick behind Bumble is the girls message first. Literally the same thing they do back is just hey. So it's like there's nothing to that. Like it's cool. You message first or you just don't message at all. Fantastic.
What the
Hinge,
fuck do I do with the hey? Like, come the fuck on.
Hinge wasn't too bad. It's like they're all like little variations of whether or not they make you read the profiles or not. But no, it's straight up. And I mentioned that guy a couple months back, right, on Reddit, who just like every few months just posts about how he just can't find a girl, but is also incredibly antisocial and refuses to do anything that they don't want to do. And they will die on that hill. I actually remessaged them not that long ago, and I just straight up told them like, "You'll never find a girl." Like, what? I'm like, just don't. Like, stop wasting your time. I'm helping you right now by saving your time. Stop going on here.
Start
Stop,
looking for some men.
stop asking. They don't even like. They don't have friends. They have zero friends because they don't understand what friends bring to the table. And I said,
If
stop.
you can't maintain friendships, how the fuck are you gonna maintain a relationship?
No, but well, you're wrong. Yada yada. They don't. It's they've been saying this for years, literally years. So I told them, I was like, just stop, save your breath. Literally, no one's gonna give you this thing because you were very need to be in your comfy spot right now because you don't like doing these scary things that don't make you happy. Because it's also very much like, why would I want friends if they're just gonna backstab me later? It's like, all right, obviously you got hurt when you were like 12, and you've been hurt about that ever. Sorry, and they're like, I tried this thing before and it didn't work. Yeah, no shit. You're not gonna be like, well, if I dress nice once, I'm gonna fucking find someone. Like, that's not how it works. But
I'm nice to her one time, she'll fuck me.
yeah. But like, if you treat women like human beings, there's a good chance that they will also see you as a fellow human being, and maybe something can be conjured up there. Or, hey, some people really, I think a lot of guys really, really, really don't look at this option because they get quote unquote friend zoned. Hey, if homegirl doesn't like you, but you're chill with them and you guys be friends, homegirl might have single friends. And you know what's great is being that vouch of like, hey, I know this guy, he's been super cool. Do you want to meet him?
Yeah, no, that's definitely happened before.
Yeah.
It's the personal version of a work referral.
Well,
Yeah.
where
it's
like,
literally
you don't
networking,
work
right?
out here, but
Right, but it's like networking, but it's like literally like if you treat people fine and you become friends with them, and it doesn't have to be best friends, but like I have plenty of former matches just as friends, and yeah, I mean like we've been totally cordial and just like yeah, if you're good like that, and then guess what? Naturally, because you've become friends with women, you'll just know how to talk to them better because they really aren't anything different. Then naturally, when you do meet someone good, it flows a lot better, you know. But there's just so many cross things in it, and again, I'm not gonna blame the women for getting their bread on that, but like they do also know their audience, right? So it's like what's the trend on Twitter now? It's like, hey, if and this is what I've seen, I guess. I guess I'm outing myself because this is what I've seen. It's probably on my timeline at some point. But it's like, hey, if you send me a hi and a like, I'll send you titty pics. It's like we've like broken down the peanut male brain to a point where they can't get outside that, right? And it's a little disheartening because I'm like, I don't see a way out for that unless it's like
well, that's a weird
someone
thing
stepping
too,
in.
because that's like an algorithm thing. Like this and you'll get this. And so liking it and puts them in the algorithm, but it's also hitting at like a psychological thing for porn-addled brains.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
because
like
that's
a
the other
weird
thing is it's
crossover.
80% what you engage with, but there's still that 20% of like what the algorithm is deciding to push and what it
Yeah.
wants people to go ahead and engage with.
But it wants you to engage with.
Well, there's still a certain level of like beyond what you want to engage with. It wants people in general because the more it's already engaged with, it's got to make it more money for other people to continue to engage with.
Sure.
So there's definitely like 80% like geared towards you, but there's still a 20% where it's like this is already popping off. If we can get more to continue doing it, it continues to get us more money.
It just going back to all of it though, it just boggles me how dedicated some people are, right? Where it's like you're watching this girl for her titties and her ass. Like I'm so sorry. The gameplay is not really there. Like you're playing a game because you're on
Commentary
twitch.tv.
on a lot of them,
But
let's
like
be honest.
there's your ass, there's your titties. Okay. But like people will dedicate themselves to that, like, and it's like you will never have anyone real, right? Like it takes like I don't understand how someone gets out of that hole unless it's like someone like a friend digging you out or a family member digging you out, in which case like they don't really have those around because they've been so
No,
locked in.
and this comes into my own kind of philosophy with shit like that, but like no one ever changes unless they actually want to change, and that's the worst part with a lot of these people is none of them ever feel like they've hit their rock bottom, so none of them want to change.
Yeah, and there's a whole systemic thing about that too, you know, where it's like it does stem to like they can't talk to people outside of there and they don't, but then I don't know. Any guy that really complains about like I'm so alone, it's like I think you've also probably just not looked at any woman that you don't quote unquote deem as like a 10, you know. There's plenty of amazing people around there and they may not be the most like perfect angelic model of all time, but they're a fantastic person and they also look great, but they're just not a 10 out of 10 something you goon to on twitch.tv. You know, it's like, look around. There's plenty of fantastic people out there, but you're addicted to girl bouncing ass playing Fortnite. So weird to me. I don't know. I'm just go look at porn, bro. Just go get that out of your head.
That's the wildest thing.
Back.
The more accessible porn has become, the more people want to hide that they're interested into it, which is the weirdest fucking thing to me. You either have people that have gone full, like, not everything I consume has to be porn, or the people that go so far out of the way, like, no, like, I watch this Twitch streamer because they play this game, and, like, ignore the fact that their titties are out the entire time they do it, but, like, I just really like the games they play. Like,
I want to iterate this really quick. This is not to the mass majority. I'm not to again, I probably have to clarify a lot of things, and I feel like people know what I'm saying. But like, again, for the 48,000th time, get your bread. But like, there are specific streamers on Twitch that definitely aren't providing a decent gameplay. They just have bikinis on, right? And there are also very pretty women on Twitch that do their thing. They look very pretty, and they do solid content. Shouts to all of them. Congratulations. But like, I don't want to disparage
money while you can.
Like, there are definitely a handful of streamer girls, and I'm like, you're very attractive. I would watch you if I gave a shit about watching streamers. Huh?
Oh yeah, name 5.
What's her name? It's Sarah. She has that fucking incredible Gengar collection too. You know what I'm talking about? Let me get her.
I feel like I do know.
No,
what
it's
you're
not
talking
her
about,
titties. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Let me pull up her Twitter. She's funny, and she's got a hella Gengar plush, which is like I'm not gonna lie, I'm like so incredibly jealous of the Gengar collection.
Speaking of Gengar, what happened with Game Freak?
Oh, we'll get to that in a second. We need to finish
Sarah
with these
Spooks.
thoughts, as they say.
This girl.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that's how you pronounced it.
Let's see here.
Incredibly gorgeous. Scroll down, and you'll see her Gengar collection back there.
Oh yeah,
It's an incredible Gengar collection.
Oh, kitty.
She's gorgeous. She also
Even the fucking Eevee's wearing a goddamn Gengar.
she also pissed off
Alright.
she also pissed off Andrew's hate, so let me crush on her. Solid chunk. So shouts to them.
Oh, hey, that's some good fucking goddamn sleeve work too. Goddamn.
Yeah.
That shit ain't cheap.
Yeah. So
She
guilty
got fucking money.
guilty of simping.
Oh, that's an alien. Hell yeah. That's an goddamn. She got some good art.
David, back the fuck off. Back off. I found her first. No, she's pretty solid. Anyway, well, now that it's all gone quiet.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
All right.
we game freaking.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So we're gonna find out why they put the fucking freaking Game Freak. So again, going into stories that we need to add a lot of fucking quantifiers to, because there's been some smooth brain fucking takes on this, which has been fucking wild to me. So for those that are not in the know, there's been a terabyte of information from Game Freak that has been stolen from the company. There is one part I'm gonna full on say I do not condone. Full stop. It has been confirmed, and some information has been leaked of employee records and information. Fuck you. Your data should be sanitized. Corporate espionage, 100% I'm down for. Fuck major corporations. I'm all for corporate espionage. Absolutely never include the peons in that. No fucking day-to-day fucking just person trying to put bread on the goddamn table should have their information doxed and shit like this. That is
or their hidden fan fictions.
well, no. I mean, we're gonna get to that. But absolutely, actual
on company time, then, buddy.
actual employee information should never be leaked. Anyone that's not part of C-suite, at least, I think is fucking disgusting to be involved in. Just full stop. Anyone that is just clock in, clock out employee, if you're going ahead and doing a major data scrape on that and not sanitizing your data for that, you're a piece of shit. Just full stop. This is why I have issues with gray hats on some level, is because Again, I have no problem with corporate espionage, but when you're adding in just a certain category of people, no, fuck off. You can take the time to do that. But my own morals side rant aside, so an insane amount of information has been harvested from this league. Again, 1 terabyte of data, 1/40th of what I can store on that server over there has been acquired, and it's been slowly being leaked. And there's been some insane things as part of this leak. In fact, we're still getting drip-fed information from this leak. So to go over some of the more benign things, the source code for Gen 10 and Pokemon ZA have already been played and confirmed.
Which
fascinatingly,
they said they said they're not leaking that, right?
They're not going to leak some of it.
I've seen
So-
a leak for ZA, so I'm not sure if it's like a fake one or not.
If you've been following like Centro, they have been following the actual leaks from Discord, so that anything from them is probably legitimate. But there's some things they're not going to reveal. What I'm about to go into is actually one thing that went kind of and got posted as we were going live. There's PC source code for Pokemon Legends ZA. Like, as an actual native PC version for the game.
Yeah, doesn't it happen a lot for games, though?
No. So a lot of it is designed around, like, the dev kits that they get for consoles and whatnot. It is more work to put, especially in the case of, like, Switch. So there's nothing about the Switch that's designed around x86 architecture.
Well, Switch 2.
It's all... Huh?
Switch 2 is also?
Switch 2 is still designed from everything we've seen. It's designed around ARM still.
Okay.
So it's still designed around those mobile chipsets. More powerful ones, but it's still designed around ARM. The fact that there's a native PC version, so x86 architecture, so a standard computer, is interesting. Because at the very least, Nintendo has thought about doing a PC version with some of their games. And that's the one territory we still have not really seen Nintendo dip their toes into. We saw them dip their toes... Go ahead.
What's the ratio of how much Nintendo owns Pokemon Company? /
Like
Game Freak?
30%.
So it's ultimately Pokemon's discretion whether they do that or not. So I wouldn't even say it's Nintendo's first foray into that.
I think it's one of those things where Nintendo has like publishing and distribution rights to it, though, right? It's not
Yes.
like they can just go to another company and be like, "Hey, we don't want Nintendo to do this."
Anything that they do that is non-Pokemon, they can do whatever, which is why like Giga Fist or whatever the fuck it was called came out
Yeah.
to so many platforms. But anything that's explicitly Pokemon, Nintendo has all the distribution rights for. Or at
Okay.
least they have to be able to sign off on what happens to it.
Okay.
So that's kind of one of those interesting things that just came out as of today, which is, oh, a native PC version of Pokemon. One step closer to what a lot of people want, which is an actual fucking Pokemon MMO.
So
Yeah.
I want to just for the sake of time, I'm not gonna rush it, but also can we hit me with some of the big points? And you were doing that right now, but
Yeah, I'm trying to get to
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Let me cook. Let me cook. So there's been again an insane amount of shit part that we're still getting as of talking right now with shit coming out. Some of the other things that have come out have included source code for other games, which it has been confirmed that they will be leaking the source code for the X and Y games, and this is massive. We've never had just straight up source code in the wild before. This changes everything. And the second we actually get source code for games, we've already seen people completely reverse engineer Pokemon games, but now they're going to have the ability to just literally make native ports for whatever is possible for Pokemon
What-
games.
what
Yeah,
was
I
the
think
reason?
A lot of them.
No, go
you're
go
good.
Kels.
I was gonna say I think a lot of like the map editor assets were leaked too.
Yes.
Was there a rationale behind the hack?
I don't think there's been an official one given other than just, I mean, corporate espionage happens
Fuck you.
constantly, and either a company is tired of the way or people are tired of the way a company's behaving, so they're like, "Fuck you, we're gonna punish you for it," or just, bro, they aren't doing anything to secure themselves. Fuck them.
Sure.
Part of me
Which is what
wonders
happened with the last Giga Leak for Nintendo. Is just everyone was like, Nintendo ain't actually protect. Fuck them.
Yeah, part of me wonders too is if like maybe there has been like talk behind the scenes and they didn't give in or something, and so it was just dropped. So it's just like here.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
usually what happens. Yeah, that's been a big thing that's been going around. But I wonder how they would what that tends to get a little murky once it includes employee information, though, right? Because
Right.
And that's why I said, if you're going to release things, you need to sanitize your data first. There is zero reason you couldn't sanitize the data and get rid of any actual direct employee information.
That's why it
Absolutely
kind of feels
not.
like someone's stumbling upon it, right? Because I feel like any other chance that's
From
what
the
would happen.
way it's been explained, it definitely wasn't stumbling. The way that it's kind of been explained, and it's been very kind of murky with the exacts, but it kind of sounds like someone may have done like a man in the middle token attack, gotten access to one account, and then just piggybacked and kept going and grabbing every account they could.
Mm.
Because that is such an insanely common thing to see now. My company even gets pwned with it quite a bit, where you're working with like a vendor and their tokens get pwned, but because you're interacting with their website, it then gets shoved onto you, and then suddenly you're getting pwned from that pwned token, and it just becomes this cycle of people just getting exposed to shit. And there's some fascinating details I could go to probably off air about that. But it's kind of one of those things where it's so specific, the things you have to do to be able to start hijacking accounts like that. And again, it's not like they had to be like, oh, I understand, I have to immediately put it out there. Otherwise, we would have seen a terabyte of data immediately fucking put out there. There's a shelf I have right here. I smashed my hand on a fucking graphics card. Otherwise, we would have seen just a terabyte of data just dumped straight up. It's borderline malicious what we've kind of seen with it, which is where I kind of get annoyed with it because there's no reason for that. But again, we've seen some stuff like that. We've also been getting a lot of like behind the scenes corporate information. So seeing like Game Freak changing things even with the anime based on people's opinions, like them outright stating like we're ending Ash's storyline here because people are sick of it and they just want to move on. So fuck it, we're gonna move on.
but don't say Ash is gone because we might bring it back.
Exactly, because Ash is still profitable, so we can't entirely get rid of him.
And I guess
But
there's,
at the
like, a
same
whole,
time,
story
like
arc
people
of
are
giving
still
him-
tiring.
Yeah, and I guess there's like a whole story arc of like giving him like a love interest too that was like cut out.
Yeah, where they were actually going to give him like a final canonical love interest, and there was going to
Yeah.
be like a kiss scene and everything else.
Yeah.
But they decided to back off from it.
So weird.
Dude, shippers are the weirdest, most like intense motherfuckers. I have it's one of the wildest fucking communities. I can agree that sometimes when you're seeing a piece of narrative, and you're like, I don't agree with that pairing. I think it would have been more narratively interesting for this to happen. Sure, we all have those thoughts, but to make that your personality trait is the wildest fucking thing to me. But so we've seen things like that. And then I suppose we'll skip ahead a little bit. We've seen some beta designs from Pokemon come out, which have been really kind of cool to see, and some original concepts of like how they were intending evolutionary lines to look like. But the meat and potatoes, the reason why people have been really caring and popping off about this, and the reason why I say that some people have some weird mental gymnastics they do, is some of the freaky shit that Game Freak writes. All the world Bibles have also been leaked. And no one, I swear, fucking understands the whole concept or point of a world Bible. Adrian, I know you know what a world Bible is. Just for argument's sake, Kels, are you familiar with the concept of a world Bible?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, like Jesus and
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Jehovah.
Yeah, and he fucked that person in Michigan to make them
Yeah,
Mormons,
Yeah, the lighthouse.
All right, Alan Wake.
But yeah, so for those that may be listening that are not familiar with the creative process, the whole concept of a world Bible is it is what you kind of use as the baseline of truth for what you're working on. Even if you don't necessarily refer to 100% of everything that is in there, whenever you're writing out a story element or a character arc, you always refer back to the world Bible and be like, okay, but does it make sense with like what we know is actually true, the definitive how this world should be working? And the world Bibles have leaked. And there is some heinous shit in these world Bibles. And there are some smooth brain motherfuckers. They're like, oh, well, I mean, like, Greek mythology is kind of heinous too. And it's like, okay, but like, we're not talking about like Fallout, or we're not talking about like Baldur's Gate. We're not talking about like some of the other like genuinely more adult-oriented shit that exists out there. We're talking about Pokemon, which apparently need to remind folks started because Sugimori was like, you know what? When I was a kid, I fucking like getting bugs and throwing them in jars. I want to make a video game that recaptures that experience of throwing bugs in jars. And then apparently we get the World Bibles information, which includes such fascinating stories as how Typhlosion, apparently there's a story of how a Typhlosion kidnaps a small girl and holds her hostage and tells her, if your fucking father ever tries to come looking for you, I will fucking kill him in front of you. And she's like, oh, please don't do that. And he's like, well, fucking do what I say. And then you fast forward a little bit, and the Typhlosion lets the girl go. And this small child is suddenly pregante with a child of her own. And then there's other fun stories, like how Slackings would just go around and just kidnap women and murder anyone that was around them. And there would just be lapses
look
of
like the
memory in
motherfucker
these
that
women.
would.
If there was one Pokemon that I think would, it's probably the Slacking
Yeah.
and some of the
Yeah.
ghosts.
Yeah, so there's a whole lore story of how like Slackings would just kidnap women and kill anyone around them, and there would just be these memory blackout moments for the women until finally they're just
Fucking
dropped
P.
off
Diddy,
back in their
dude.
villages and
Well,
suddenly give birth to little Slackoffs.
These fucking
It's
Diddy
so
freak
funny.
offs are crazy, dude.
It's so funny too because like Pokemon's been like kind of like I don't want to say hiding this behind the scenes, but because it's been out in the open, like Drifloon.
Starting with Gen 1 Hypno.
Yeah,
Gen 1
Hypno.
Hypno's Pokedex talks about how like it just kidnaps children in the night. Drifloom in Gen 4 talks about how it kidnaps children. And like there's like a
Through their
sinister
dreams.
horror
It's
element
like Freddy
there.
Krueger.
Exactly. But like there's been up to this point no Pokedex entries that are outright like, oh, by the way, when you're not fucking looking,
This will
this
murder
fucking
you.
rabid animal is diddling your kid.
Yeah.
There,
They
there
put
is
that in
a
for
small,
Typhlosion.
there is a genuine chance that like while your fucking 10-year-old is off becoming a Pokemon master, the fucking goddamn
His
Machamp
Charizard's molesting him.
is gonna just fucking kill everyone around them, and you're gonna have a grand Pokemon that you're gonna
see,
have to deal with.
That's so funny because I was about to say if my kids having to go out and be a Pokemon trainer at 10, I'm like I give the motherfucker Machamp. All right, bro, you watch this motherfucker. You got 4 arms. Don't let a single thing touch him.
Yeah, 4 arms, one to hold each appendage down.
Mr.
on your
Mime
child.
motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, no. So there's been some fun heinous ones. So Typhlosion, Rapidash, Lapras, Slacking, Ursaring, and there's been a couple others.
I'm assembling a
Yeah.
team.
Yeah, that are
Auxiliary
all
was
just
one
added.
too. They did like a weird like fucking hentai shit.
Yep. And there's been some weird people just coming out of the woodworks to defend it, of like, oh well, it's not explicit, so it's not porn. I'm like, why does this exist at all?
Brother.
Again, this is the whole point of Pokemon was because some dude was like, I fucking like taking caterpillars and throwing them in a jar. I want to make a video game that kind of captures that same spirit and feeling. How the fuck did we go from that to like, yeah, bro, one day you're gonna be out there and a horse that has fucking fire for hair is gonna be like, bro, take me as your wife. I have like 80 husbands. You can hunt like all my husbands, but any other women that you see, don't fucking kill them. Kill any other husband I have.
That's what
But you can just fuck me all you want. I'm a horse with fire. Fuck me and take me as much as you want.
Someone
and you can
clip
kill
that?
any
Yeah,
other
clip
male
that,
of my
please.
species, but leave the women alone.
Someone clip that, please. That was a great clip.
See,
but-
that's what's so like. I want to know like when these were written and added. Because Slacking, Typhlosion, a lot of these are like newer additions.
No, these are
And-
older ones. This is like Gen 2, Gen 3.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like these. Okay, yeah. So in the stance of where Pokemon is now, but like
We're coming on to Gen 10 now, so
right, but these are being added in like later. So I wonder like how much later. So minimum Gen 2, but were these like more recent? Is this something that's always been going on that they just add as the gens go on? Because like you said, we have Hypno in Gen 1, which is kind of like the de facto like point at, be like, yeah, there's been kind of some weird shit going on.
yeah.
And I feel like there's probably some more going on as well. So I wonder like how recent of an addition to Pokemon lore is the Typhlosion molesting kids and stuff like that,
And it's fascinating because I remember, I think it even is in like Gen 2, where if you read some of the books that you find in game,
Yeah.
it talks about how there's like scientists that are like, we're trying to understand like at what point from an evolutionary standpoint, like Pokemon and humans kind of diverted. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, was all this like that far back?
Well, Bill's whole thing was like he was wanting to get closer to being a Pokemon or something.
Yeah,
like
and
that,
he
wasn't
flied himself with a fucking Nidoran.
Yeah.
Yeah, those leaks have been fucking weird. I don't know what to say about
I've
those ones.
been really liking seeing like a lot of the concept art for like the canceled Pokemon.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
That there's that picture that went out where it's like got the fork in the road. It's like to the dark side or the light side. It's like the light side. Unused concept art and cool fun fact tidbits. Pokemon porn.
Yeah.
It's also so frustrating because like Gen 5, I think is honestly one of the best gens of Pokemon. I thought the best gen. And it's fucking frustrating because like some of the other leaks have kind of confirmed
Yeah.
that like when they did Gen 5, the fan backlash to it was so severe that internally they're like, oh, let's never do this again. And they immediately shifted with like Gen 6 and started making everything always have like Gen 1 heavy stuff or basically Gens 1 through 3, but especially Gen 1 because they're like, people from the original games really hate this and we need their money because they're the adults now buying these things.
What's
And
so
it's
funny
so
about that to me though is like, so for me, Gen 6, X and Y, those are some of my favorites of the more recent ones. But what's so funny is like I don't feel like they really stuck with that. So they did that, they did Omega Ruby and Sapphire, which was kind of that same formula. And then after that, I feel like every generation is like, let's try something new. Let's try something new. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall type situation. And it's
well, that's
like,
the frustrating thing is like with Scarlet and Violet, it's the most unique Pokemon game in a long fucking time. Like even though the game runs like fucking ass, it runs like a goddamn fucking game trying to exist on Windows 3.1 when you have no fucking RAM.
That was such a deep
But at
cut
the,
that I'm just gonna believe you. That's exactly what it runs like. I
no,
don't know.
Scarlet and Violet runs like
Oh,
fucking
it doesn't
trash.
run well,
yeah,
but I don't. I've
no.
never played a game on Windows 3.1.
It's not fun. It's not a good experience. You basically either commit to just playing straight up on DOS, or you wait and play something on Windows 95. You skip 3.1 altogether. Except aside from like the dozens or so games that need 3.1 and like a specific Voodoo card to run. But it's kind of one of those frustrating things where every time Game Freak starts to actually be interesting and creative, their weaknesses come to the forefront, which is no one should be surprised by this. They're not good developers. Game Freak are shit developers from day fucking one, and it kind of gets exemplified in this a lot because they outsource an insane amount of what they do to other people. Like an absurd amount of their money is spent just outsourcing instead of building a really rock solid internal team and just really building it out because they've chased that almost Call of Duty S structure where every year needs a Pokemon game aside from the 1 year we didn't. Which it is sad to see. It was also confirmed as part of these leaks that basically because of how much X and Y flopped, that they needed the extra time to really make sure the next game release was good. So they skipped over Z, which is really sad to see.
Yeah.
Um,
Especially for me, the X and Y lover, didn't get my fucking third gen or my third iteration.
Especially the one that needed it the most. Like X and Y was fine. I didn't have the same issues with it that a lot of people did. And I know I'm biased because it also brought forth one of my favorite newer Pokemon, which is fucking Aegislash. I fucking love that line of Pokemon.
Dude,
But
Aegislash is so sick. I love that steel ghost typing. So good.
hell yeah. Fucking honestly, ghost type Pokemon trainers were eating fucking good Gen 6. But
Yeah, you got them and
Klefki.
Klefki. Yeah, goddamn.
And actually, no, I think Klefki was straight mono steel. But no, it's kind of it's just one of those frustrating things where there's an insane amount of shit that goes on behind the scenes that they just don't again want to invest the right money into doing. We also got confirmation that there is a Detective Pikachu sequel that has been in the works for a while, although it may be canceled sadly. But that was the intention, is that we were gonna get the Great Detective Pikachu. There's also a live action series for Netflix that's been in the works. And there is another standalone, kind of like the Pokemon Origins anime they did in the Pokemon Concierge, which I'm still gonna watch. I've heard good things about Pokemon Concierge.
Yeah.
But I guess there's been like another standalone, like 12 episode anime run that they have in the works. And I guess like a soft reboot where they're wanting to redo the anime from the beginning with Ash and whatnot, but like completely update it with like all the concepts of the newer stuff being in there. So I don't know. There's been a lot of weird shit. There's been a lot of interesting shit. But holy hell, Game Freak needs to calm the fuck down. Like, as much as I defended furries earlier in this fucking podcast, y'all are still some fucking degenerates and need to calm the fuck down.
Agreed. Anything else? What else we got on this docket?
I feel like there's been so much. Let me
There has. We're
refresh
about 3:15 in now.
Let me just do an immediate check to make sure there's no like immediately obvious thing that we should be talking about going on. There's my updated things because I try to keep track of that with my updates. Oh, fucking Nobuo Matsu has officially announced he's fucking retired.
Seen that? Yeah, that's kind of crazy to see. I think it's always crazy to see whenever like a staple like that. It's just like, hey, I'm retiring. It's like, whoa.
35 some odd years, the man has been composing music for the Final Fantasy franchise and more. And Fantasia Neo Dimension will be his last hurrah. End of a fucking era.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Also, I'm checking through the stuff that I've saved. David Hayter, he randomly tweeted and said, "I was in the booth today, playing a role I've not played since." ...
He's fucking
That
with
was a
you.
big question going into Delta, but yeah, he could be entirely fucking with me. Surprise! It's Kiefer Sutherland again.
Love that.
I would find that fucking hilarious though.
And they announced that Crypto would be in the Superman movie. James Gunn's.
Yes, I
Superman.
saw the picture for that.
Yeah,
Hell
it's
yeah.
super adorable. I've seen people freaking out about it. Like, oh, it looks so fake. It looks so dumb. It's like, bro, it's just like a slap together kind of like little cute piece.
Sorry,
Chill
it's
out.
not gritty fucking Snyder cut.
Yeah, I'm not even a Superman fan, and people are being so fucking weird about like this whole James Gunn taking on Superman and the DCU shit. It's like, if I'm like excited, like borderline anxious to see what's gonna happen with it, then I don't know why everyone else is freaking out.
You know, I trust James Snyder to actually do something interesting, if nothing else.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
that
James
guy.
Gunn. I fucking combine him and fucking
Yeah, if anything, he's gonna make it like fun to watch in some way. I feel like.
yes. I'm not gonna leave the theater going like, well, I wasted my time.
Right. That's kind of how I felt going into it. That's my main reason to look forward to it, not being a Superman fan.
So there is one other thing I kind of want to bring up. This is more kind of on the retro gaming community side of things, which is the Mars Project. So I don't know if y'all are familiar with this, but this was meant to be kind of the successor to Myster, which is a way of getting perfect FPGA hardware level emulation of older consoles. But the kind of big thing with the Mars Project is it was supposed to be up to the Dreamcast level of perfect hardware emulation, which hasn't been done yet. And there's some insane controversies coming out about that right now, where they've started to try to silence any people that have been kind of against them to a degree. There's a YouTuber in particular, the name is escaping me right now, but he kind of was like, hey, you know, it's been like 3 years since we've even seen anything involving the Mars Project. I'm starting to think that this might be vaporware. And not only do they go out of their way to do a false copyright strike against this dude's video, calling them vaporware, but they also decided to start doxing his wife and starting to make threats against his wife. Which, straight up, full stop, like,
Lost the plot.
again, getting into what I was saying earlier, there's a certain level of, like, civilian casualty I'm not okay with. If you want to go after a content creator because you think it's bullshit that they're coming after you, fine. Say what you want about that content creator. The second you start going into like the real world territory, the meat space, and you start going after their fucking wife, fuck right on off. You are a Titanic piece of shit. And you have basically guaranteed I will never say anything fucking nice about you and want anything to do with any of the shit you do. And it's fucking wild to see that many of the people that are behind the Mars Project have actually privated their Twitter accounts following this because there is no defense. They have been caught doxing this dude's wife and harassing her and threatening legal action, not against the YouTuber, calling them vaporware, but his fucking wife, which is fucking heinous. Fuck the Mars Project. Fuck everyone involved in with that. You're all fucking scum. And I know we have like no fucking reach, but I truly hope that like the 3 people that fucking follow us share it with the 3 people that follow them and so on, because no one should ever be supporting this fucking project, because that is disgusting and heinous. And I hope they fail. I hope their project is unsuccessful. I hope they flip their cars and come out of it uninjured, but are left with a totaled vehicle they can't do anything with. I hope they step on a Lego. I truly just want the worst for these fucking people without like actual harm coming to them. Because that
The
is
man
fucked
said
and
step on a
disgusting.
Lego and said no harm.
Yeah. No real harm. That's not going to cause lasting life damage. That's just going to be momentarily. It's kind of like a fucking basic bitch eating something spicy. It's like, oh yeah, you had like an immediate thrill of like, ah, and then you move on with your day. Like,
Well then.
Shock to your senses.
hell yeah. But yeah, so that's fucking wild to me. I'm disgusted by that. That's fucking heinous. You should never involve fucking people like that. That's disgusting. Fuck the Mars Project, which is so unfortunate because I was looking forward to it because that's wild. But I officially lost any and all respect and care for that fucking project now.
All right. On that note,
They did.
I think we're good.
Oh, one last thing. Also, fuck Mr. Beast. More things coming out about him. Shout outs to Chris Abroad for taking hot shots at him because he's not involved in that.
Have we gotten to that? Because I feel like every time I see something, it's always just like something so people want to just take shots at just someone who's just big right now.
No, there's been
It's
a lot
things
more coming out
piling
slowly.
on, too, yeah. I feel like
It's kind of
like
one of those things. Chris Abroad actually talks about it on a thing he was talking about. There's a lot of people that are trapped in that influencer space that won't talk about it because it would kill their own careers. But Chris was like, I ain't involved in that shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to start taking shots.
What do you say?
He didn't go into details because he was also with someone that is in that space. But basically, like, there's a lot of shit that goes on behind the scenes. No one is willing to step up and talk about it. But a lot of the shit that you're seeing as rumors, everyone has known for years about this guy.
But like what?
That's where it's kind of been left at.
I know.
Here's the thing.
I'm of that. I feel like I've been bamboozled a lot. Remember the Mandela catalog guy and all that? Like I feel like
Yeah.
I've been doing that. I really, because I hate seeing it personally, so I'm trying my best not to do the same thing. The only ones that are the exception are when Dr. Disrespect comes out and admits he talks to inappropriately to a minor, which I'm like, all right, direct from source. I'm fuck that. So I'm walking that line of like I do not want to be bandwagoning and just like jumping on fuck this guy when it there's so much benefits to also calling them out, you know, like the guy.
It comes into that category of where there's smoke, there's fire. You know, he's been partnering more with Logan Paul on a lot of shit.
He's
Logan
always
Paul
done that though. Like
but that's still the thing. Logan Paul has never not been a piece of shit. The more this guy keeps partnering with a piece of shit, at a certain point, I have to assume maybe you're also kind of a piece of shit, and maybe there's truth to all this other shit people have kind of been throwing
but
out
again,
there.
I don't want to throw the maybes out there, and maybe.
No.
But let me say this too. Let me say this too. I feel like I universally think of a lot of streamers and content creators as not great people. Shout outs to any of them. I hope everyone is. I really do. But like, you got to keep the distance. So when I don't. there's not very much like Jack Doherty, that kid, the one that fucking wrecked his Lambo because he was texting on the
Oh,
phone
that kid, dude.
while
Yeah.
that's putting someone's life in danger. Fuck that. Logan Paul is a piece of shit, but like he's just kind of an asshole. Like I don't really give a shit.
A lot of his animals have died. That's kind of weird.
Is that a thing? See, I don't know about that. Then.
Yeah.
A lot of his animals have died because he's put them in like insane. Like he had a turtle that he put into like basically he hotboxed his turtle to death at one point.
Yeah,
See, I gotta look through a lot of that before I start making stuff like that, because yeah, that's fucked up. But I don't know. Like if you, I'm not gonna tell you not to say fuck.
Like, outright scamming people out of like fucking money. He's doing a lot of
Crypto, too.
insane, horrible shit. He can't even go to Japan as part of WWE's tours because
that's
he's not
funny,
allowed in the
yeah.
country.
But
But again, I'm never gonna be the person that's gonna be like guilt by association. But however, when that's the company you consistently keep over the years, at a certain point, it's kind of the Weinstein effect, where it's like, okay, how many people are around you because like, oh well, that's just what you do in this space, and how many people are staying around you because that's what they vibe with.
no, I'm not gonna say Mr. B again. That I'd be contradicting myself by like trying to overly defend Mr. Beast, right? Because like I said, I'm not trying to connect or do too much of that, but I do also just want to say like I bandwagoning has been such a fucking epidemic, and it's such a whiplash thing that like yeah, where there's smoke there's fire, but also like let's call a spade. There's also a lot of benefits. That dog pack guy blew up the fuck up after these exposed videos. Like has a lot of subscribers. Was making the quote unquote joke to that because Mr. Beast didn't get him Apple Vision that his new subscribers should get him one. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like there's a lot of people get a lot of benefits out of attacking the tall guy too, right? Like people already didn't like him. Regardless, even before this, people didn't like him. So people are gonna like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't like that guy either. Fuck that guy, right? So it's a weird.
I'm like, fuck him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird like dog pile of like, all right, well, what is it cool to hate him now? Should we all like do that? Whereas like sometimes internet's fucking weird. I don't know. It's been so many back and forth things like that. Where I just like to try to. If you want to say fucking go for it, of course, like go do your thing. That's how I stand with that though. I don't want to say fuck them until like they are Dr. Disrespect admitting they talk to minors inappropriately. Which case, yeah, fuck you. Like what the fuck? As if he was playing some 4D chess shit like that. Fuck off.
Actually,
I wanted them to see me say minors and remove that from. What the fuck are you talking about? Why the fuck would you say that?
Bro's yapping.
Oh my god. All right. Anyone else? We gotta say fuck them too, David.
No, I've scrolled back to like September at this point, so there's nothing else I can see here.
Fuck that month. All right.
Yeah,
If
fuck that.
anyone's in chat, much appreciated. Good podcast. David, send us out.
Hell yeah, fuck the police.
Coming straight from the underground.